Rich, are we all good?
We're good for the mic check, but we're gonna do a live streaming check here in a sec.
Okay.
Okay, good, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm sure there are hundreds watching us this morning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, May 3rd, Board of Supervisors meeting for Monterey County. Could you please call the roll?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Adams and Phillips appearing in person and Supervisors Lopez, Alejo, and Askew appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions and corrections to closed session this morning?
There are none, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I want to know if there's any member of the public that wishes to comment on closed session items today.
I see one hand raised.
Okay, and if we could please call on that person. Oh, good morning, Mr. Leip. You would like to comment on the closed session items this morning. And you can press *6 to unmute yourself. Are you there, Bill?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I had to press it a third time. Yeah, on two items in the on the agenda, on the closed item agenda, it's under, well, it's tough to say. It's basically the one about the lawsuit that you're dealing with, Dan Mitchell versus Joe Moses, and about the county administrative officer. They're kind of combined because I think Mr. McKee has helped be running point for the county in directing payment of attorneys for this case. And it looks like they lost an appeal down in Los Angeles a couple of weeks ago. And I just want to say this kind of feeds into my comments a few weeks ago about allocation of money and the county administrative officers supreme duty and kind of running and being the fiduciary responsibility for county funds. There's been a lot of misallocations of money, and in this case in particular, it may open the county and the taxpayers up for a fairly large settlement, perhaps in the low to mid 7 figures. So I think that's one of the reasons why it's probably a good idea that Mr. McKee has chosen to, well, either his resignation was accepted or he's chosen to retire. He's had 3 years to run this county. He was lead legal counsel for the county for a number of years, over a decade. There's been misallocations of money down at the reservoirs, $30 million into a recreation business that's basically generated nothing. We have a lot of deferred maintenance, which has been delayed another 3 years because really wasn't reading the room very well, and what landowners and taxpayers were want to cough up, not only just to fix the dams, which needs to be done, but also pursuing a project with the Interlake Tunnel that's just preposterous at this point. And the cost projections there are not valid. I think they're still stuck at 250 million, but that was an estimate from probably 5 years ago.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Yeah, you're welcome. Good luck. And I hope you include a lot of.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to make comment on closed session items this morning?
There's a Christian Snyder.
Thank you very much. And as indicated, we'll have 2 minutes for public comment today. Thank you. Mr. Schneider.
Hello.
Yes, good morning. You have 2 minutes for your comments.
Good morning. Thank you. So you all are going to be voting on something that affects me today. So I just wanted to give you a couple of words because I know that there's been a lot of confusion about things. So I wanted to read you one line that I think really sums everything up from the appeal decision from 3 justices that they unanimously voted on. And it's an referral to what Moses, Caldwell, and Warren did. They distorted the evidence in their hands in order to discredit Mitchell and Schneider and to derail Davis' campaign for sheriff. Now, there's what happened then, and there's what's happened in the years since then. that I'm pretty sure county council hasn't filled you in on. And I want you to think about for a moment what that statement means. That statement means that government interfered with an election. They put their thumbs on the scale in order to favor one candidate over another candidate. And they use things like threats, intimidation, in order to advance a political campaign, not just against myself or a candidate, but also against a public union. And I think you really have to let that sink in on what actually happened. Because I bet people want to do political calculus at this point and say, oh, we don't want to affect elections. We don't want to do this. We don't want to accept responsibility. But the truth is, you have to.
Mr. Schneider, I appreciate your comments, and I'm sorry to say that your time is up.
I said you're going to give me 2 minutes.
Yes, and that was 2 minutes. Thank you so much. Are there any other comments for this morning's closed session?
There are no other hands raised.
Thank you very much. With that, we're going to close that item, and we are going to recess the board into closed session, and we will resume at 9:30. Now I'd like to call to order at 10:30, excuse me, 10:30. And now I'd like to call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Could you please give us a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams and Phillips appearing in person and Supervisors Lopez, Alejo, and Askew appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions and corrections for closed session this morning?
There are none, Chair.
Thank you. So we have closed sessions number 1A. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on closed session items in the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency?
There is one hand raised. Bill Lipe.
Mr. Light, you have 2 minutes for your comments this morning.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't get a chance, I don't know if it was last week or the week before last, to say thank you to Brent Buki, who I guess is sailing off into the sunset. Brent's a really good guy, or maybe he is. I don't know if he's staying on as continued staffer or moving on. But Brent was really handed a tough situation. We had a former GM, Dave Chardavoine, who didn't work out too well in the end. And we had an interim person who I think was very honest and had integrity, but nobody listened to her and her advice and her suggestions, and she left. And now we have Brent leaving. And like I said, it was a tough situation. I think he was set up to fail personally because, again, Mr. McKee and others had other ideas about what water policy should be in this county, and they forgot to maybe check with the electorate, and especially the ones responsible for paying for these projects and really funding the agency, which is agriculture, which funds about 90% of the agency. Ad valorem is broken. Prop 218s are really difficult these days to get consensus on. So I really hope, and if there's any prospective applicants out there looking or watching this meeting today and maybe being considered for the job, I would say get outside the star chamber of the Board of Supervisors and the Board of Directors of the water agency and actually go out and meet actual people and talk with everyone, because I don't believe what's going on sometimes in chambers, especially behind closed doors, is really of the people for the people. And you have a couple of directors on the board of directors that are heavily conflicted, and it's not disrespect to them, but they own a lot of land in seawater and treated areas, and they're trying to rig the system to benefit themselves. That's just straightforward. So I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any other hands raised?
There are none.
Thank you very much. With that, we're going to close public comment, and we are going to recess the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency into closed session, and we will reconvene at 10:30. Thank you.
event of a declared emergency or disaster, as we know, all county employees are disaster services workers. For social services, part of our role is to do the coordination of the setting up of shelters, which are typically in the event of a declared emergency or disaster,
This is a test of the Zoom audio in the Monterey room. Testing, testing.
Okay, I can hear you. Can you hear me in the chamber?
Yeah, I could hear you.
Okay, great. And this is a mic 5 check. Mic 6 check.
Clerk Mike,
Mic 10 check. Mic 11 check.
wireless 1,
Mic 12 check. So if there's no light on there, you want to hold the on button to turn on. Okay, if it's orange, just press the on button once. If it's green, you're good to go. Yeah, you should be good to go.
Testing 1, 2.
Okay. All right. Staff mic 1 check. Staff mic 2 check. Podium mic check.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you will forgive the delay this morning. And it is my pleasure to call to order, actually to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, May 3rd. Could we have a roll call vote, please? A roll call, please.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Phillips, and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisors Alejo and Askew appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And if we could please have our Spanish interpreter make his announcement.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretar. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now, as we will do our Pledge of Allegiance, I have invited our Assistant County Administrator Officer, Nick Chulos, to lead us in the pledge today. We will be recognizing him shortly for his 47 years of service working for Monterey County. I've learned that Nick's very first position here in Monterey County was as a planning intern while he was completing his planning master's degree at the University of Oregon. Since that time, he has served in many different positions here at the county. Nick is also an accomplished musician and guitar player in his spare time. Mr. Chulos, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And are there any, flipping back and forth a lot today. Are there any additions and corrections?
There are none.
Thank you very much. We have three resolutions today, three ceremonial resolutions. I'm very happy that we're going to be able to present two of these, or actually, I think we will only be presenting one of them. But I would like to have a motion to approve the resolutions, and I will take public comment after we have the opportunity for everyone to have the resolutions presented as they are. So at any rate, we have a resolution today. I will check with Supervisor Askew, who I thought was going to be in chambers today, whether she was planning to present this, the resolution today publicly.
Yes, and I believe we have Katie Bassler with us on Zoom to receive the resolution. So we'll need to bring Katie over. Oh, good, onto as a panelist. And I believe that Charles McHugh is also waiting to be brought on as a panelist for Zoom. So if we could make sure that that happens as well.
Yeah.
So could I, at this point, could I entertain a motion to approve the ceremonial resolutions?
So moved.
Thank you, and I'll second that. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez? Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams?
Aye. So Supervisor Askew, are you going to make your presentation this morning?
I would be happy to. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. So today we are adopting a resolution proclaiming May 3rd, 2022 as National Teacher Appreciation Day and May 1st through 8th as National Teacher Appreciation Week in Monterey County. I have with us today Katie Bassler from the Salinas Valley Federation of Teachers that represents the Federation members of both teaching and support certified staffs of the Salinas Union High School District, as well as the substitute teachers for Salinas Union High School District, Alisal Union District, and Salinas City School District. Our resolution today, and thank you, Katie, for being with us today to accept this resolution on behalf of all teachers in Monterey County who really have stepped up in heroic ways the past 2 years. I'm going to read a few excerpts from the resolution because I think it's important to recognize the work that our teachers do day in and day out. Whereas teachers mold future citizens through guidance, example, and education. Whereas over the past 2 years of the ongoing pandemic, educators have risen to this challenge with care and creativity, overcoming disruptions in their own lives while offering unwavering support for their students' well-being and academic progress. Whereas educators serve both as facilitators of learning and as emotional support for their students, often working late into the night and on weekends and vacations to support our children and spending their own money on classroom supplies. Whereas the pandemic has shined a bright light on the inequities that persist in our schools, educators are fighting for the tools and resources their schools need to bridge gaps and ensure that all children have what they need to succeed. Whereas few other professionals touch the lives and future success of as many people as teachers do. Teachers in the County of Monterey and in the communities across the nation will be in the spotlight this week as students, parents, school administrators, and the general public learn how teachers are making public schools accessible for every child. It's my honor and privilege today to recognize every teacher in Monterey County and to present this resolution to Ms. Bassler on behalf of all teachers in Monterey County who are working so hard to educate and nurture all students to become responsible citizens, critical thinkers, and lifelong learners. We are grateful. As a parent, I am grateful. As a citizen of our community, we know that our community is healthier and safer when all of our children receive a free and appropriate education. So thank you, Katie, for being with us today. Would you like to make any comments?
Just thank you so much for this time and this recognition. It has been such a challenging year for all educators and families, and taking the time to recognize the educators of Monterey County this week is a little pat on the back that we all need to get to the end of the school year. Thank you so much for your time.
Of course, and it is the least we could do. We know that our teachers are still fighting for adequate resources for all of our schools, for our children, and we know that that the teachers are at the forefront of that fight. So thank you, Katie. And we do have a signed resolution by all 5 supervisors that we will present to you at a later date. But thank you again for joining us, and please pass our sincere appreciation along to everyone who all of the teachers who you represent.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Askew.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I didn't have a choice about signing this resolution. I got a son and a daughter-in-law who are all teachers. So
Is there anyone else who would like to comment on this particular resolution?
Yeah, I just want to express appreciation. Teachers are lifelong. You don't just teach while they're in your grade and in your classroom. Actually, this weekend, I had one of my 7th grade teachers reach out to me to say, do you remember our the lessons I taught you about the Civil War? I said, absolutely. He said, good, because we're doing a reenactment and I need you there. So, they never stop teaching you, and they make sure that those lessons hold. So just want to appreciate all of our teachers and their commitments to our community, which go far beyond the classroom. It's real dedication. And, yeah, for me, it was so appropriate that I saw this resolution. As I was reading my packet, he sent me the text. So just want to thank all of our teachers at Monterey County and beyond.
Thank you so much. It is a life of dedication and service. I had 3 aunts who were teachers. They were all nuns, and they put forward a lot of public service in their lives and changed a whole lot of lives for people who would never have had the excellent education that they got due to their focus. So I appreciate that. Supervisor Alejo, would you like to make any comments on this resolution? Okay, let's move forward then. We also have a resolution adopting, honoring Diane Sweet, and I do not think that Ms. Sweet is with us today. So we will be presenting that resolution to her at a later time. And then I'm very happy to announce that we have a resolution in honor and recognition of Dr. Eduardo Ochoa for his dedicated service to Monterey County, and I will be presenting that to him now, much to his embarrassment. So the Monterey County Board of Supervisors is presenting this award to you, Dr. Ochoa, for many, many reasons. And I'll just read you a few of the accolades that we'd like to offer you today. Whereas Dr. Ochoa's parents immigrated to the United States seeking a better life for their children, like many California State University students. And Dr. Ochoa's foundation as a child immigrant pursuing the American dream has guided him throughout his nearly 4-decade career in higher education and with the CSUs. He started his journey at Fresno State, where he taught full-time for 3 years while finishing his doctoral dissertation. Dr. Ochoa holds a doctorate degree in economics from the New School for Social Research in New York and a master's in nuclear science and engineering from Columbia. He earned his undergraduate degree in philosophy and physics from Reed College in Portland. Dr. Ochoa went to Cal State LA after his time at Fresno State and served as department chair, associate dean, and acting dean of the College of Business and Economics for 13 years. Then he spent 6 years at Cal Poly Pomona as dean of the business school. Lucky Sonoma State was next, and they hired him as provost and academic vice president. He remained in that role for 7 years. And then Dr. Eduardo Ochoa in 2010 was appointed by the Obama administration as U.S. Assistant Secretary for Post-Secondary Education, where he administered more than $2.5 billion in programs that support higher education institutions and set policy for the Federal Student Aid Office, which distributed $130 billion of Pell Grants annually at the time. Dr. Ochoa became the 3rd president of CSU Monterey Bay in 2012 and focused on the university's role as a steward of the community. Dr. Ochoa, among his many accomplishments at CSU Monterey Bay, oversaw student enrollment and graduation rates hit new highs. A record 2,348 students earned degrees in May of 2019. Dr. Eduardo M. Ochoa began his 10th year as CSUMB's president in 2021 and announced in October 2021 that it would be his last. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Monterey County, on behalf of the county and all residents thereof, does hereby acknowledge, commends, and thanks Dr. Eduardo Ochoa for his contributions to CSUMB and the greater Central Coast community, and wishes him much happiness and success in his well-deserved retirement. And this is passed and adopted on this 3rd day of May 2022. And I just personally want to thank you so much. You have changed so many lives here in our community. I hope you understand the legacy that you leave for us. It's with deep appreciation and thanks that I'm so grateful you accepted the position as the leader of our community, because you made such a big difference. Thank you so much. I think maybe if I hold on to it, he won't leave.
Thank you so much for this recognition. I'm honored and humbled by all the support that I've received and our university has received in this past 10 years. And as you know, we're staying in the community because we've really come to love it and all the friendships we've made. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Thanks you so much.
Yeah. And I would just say, I worked with Dr. Cho. We were on the 4 committee together. We worked on the economic committee. We even lobbied up in Sacramento together on something we weren't successful with. But as we were all talking at the chamber event this last Saturday, what you've done and raise the elevation of the educational system there, and the programs that you've instituted that train our young people so they can stay in our community has been phenomenal. So thank you for all you've done for our community.
And Madam Chair, if I could also make a couple of comments. I think that everybody is aware that there are colleges and universities in many towns and many areas, and Monterey County is obviously blessed with a lot of higher institutions of higher learning, and they often kind of go unnoticed by those who are not in the system, that are not attending the college or university. But one of the things I think that is important that Dr. Ochoa brought to CSUMB and to Monterey County is to elevate the connection between the educational systems, whether it's the community colleges, the universities, the other higher institutions of higher learning, connecting them to the community, which I think is something that is not always done by those who are in education, because they're busy doing the daily work of educating. But the benefit to the community and the benefit to the schools is something that is different that Dr. Ochoa brought, and also the collaboration that he's brought both with the county and other organizations is certainly something that's different. And I really thank him for the way that he did it and the humility in which he did it. So thank you, Dr. Ochoa.
Thank you so much. And we'll be hearing more from Dr. Ochoa later on in this morning's agenda. Supervisor Rudascu, your hand is up.
Thank you. Dr. Ochoa, I just want to comment briefly in recognition of your retirement. CSUMB is a gem in District 4, and when the base closed so many years ago, there were really big promises made to our communities, and your leadership these past 10 years have really made great strides in delivering on the promises of offering education to our students, of bringing Monterey County and the former base into the spotlight as opportunity for economic development. And I personally am so grateful that I've had the chance to work with you. And as a resident of the community surrounding CSUMB, I'm really grateful for the progress that we feel and see as residents with the growth and at CSUMB and the commitment to deliver on the promises that were made to my community. So I just want to say thank you. We're glad you're staying in town, and I look forward to many more opportunities to put you to work for the benefit of our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudascu. And now we will continue on our agenda today. We have 2 appointments. Today, if we could have a motion to approve the appointments.
Move approval.
Thank you. For a second. Thank you. So we have Rudascu and Lopez. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo? Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Rudascu?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. And I realize I didn't ask for public comment on the appointments. Is there anyone who needs to speak to the appointments? Seeing none, we'll move ahead. And I will now recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors to take up several smaller agendas for action items. The first is the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. I will call to order that board. Could we have a roll call vote, please? A roll call.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Phillips, and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisors Alejo and Askew appearing via video conference.
Are there any additions and corrections?
There are none.
Thank you. Is there any member of the public that would like to comment on anything on the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency? I'm seeing no hands raised, and I'm seeing no button coming to the public. Thank you very much. We have a consent calendar with 3 items.
Move consent.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. So we have Lopez and Phillips. Is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none, then we will have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lejo,
Aye. Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. And now I'm going to look at County Council, who is trying to save me from my hysteria up here today, and see if we could get a readout from closed session of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors of the Water Resources.
There was no reportable action today, Chair.
Thank you. And then now we will adjourn the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency, and I will open the joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and Board of Directors. If we could please have a roll call.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Phillips, and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisors Alejo and Askew appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And are there any additions or corrections to the agenda?
There are none.
Thank you. And we have one agenda item today, and it is the AB 361. Mr. Gerard.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the various boards. Again, this is the usual item to make findings to continue remote meetings under AB 361, and I recommend that the board find that the governor's proclamation of emergency remains in effect. The boards have reconsidered the nature of the pandemic, and that the county health officer continues to recommend social distancing for legislative body meetings. And that closes my report.
Thank you very much. And are there any members of the public or any members of the board that wish to comment on this particular agenda?
Move approval.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. We have Phillips and Lopez. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. And now I will adjourn the joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and Board of Directors and convene the joint meeting of certain boards of supervisors standing committees. Could we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Phillips, and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisors Alejo and Askew appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And are there any additions or corrections?
There are none.
Thank you very much. We have one scheduled item, and it is the AB 361.
Thank you, Chair. And on the last item, I don't think you registered a vote. You said thank you. I assume that was an aye.
That was an aye. I appreciate your keeping me in order today. I need a little bit of help today.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. These are the standing committees, and the same findings for AB 361. Recommend a motion.
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
Thank you very much. Is there any member of the public that wishes to comment? Okay, seeing none, if we could please have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. And now we will adjourn the joint meeting of certain boards of supervisors as standing committees and reconvene the Board of Supervisors for Monterey County. Our first item today will be the consent agenda. We have 7 items. Is there any member of the board that wishes to pull or comment on an item today? I'm seeing no hands raised. Is there any member of the public that wishes to pull anything from the consent calendar today? Seeing none and seeing no hands, could I please have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Move consent.
Second.
Thank you very much. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Excellent. Okay, thank you. And now I will call for any general public comments that are not on today's agenda. Is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on anything that is not on today's agenda? I'm seeing someone coming forward. Yes.
Peekaboo. Wes Weiss, Salinas, Monterey County Homeless Union. Just wanted to comment a little bit about the Big Sur Land Trust property that's slated for May 9. I did go by there. There's about 9 or 12 people out there. From what I noticed, they're really concerned about being good stewards of the land. So they've packed out quite a bit. They've filled a couple dumpsters worth already. They have a wheelbarrow, they have trash bags. There's a landing area right near the property line. So easy to get. Those folks hardly have anything, but what you do see is tent and ground. You don't see a blanket of trash near them. So like I said, I mean, they are being good stewards of land. And one way or another, if you know they're resistant to services, they're not really trusting or believing in those services, which is kind of how they ended up where they're at. You know, to just do port afford rent. You know, so that they do want to be isolated. They do want to be on their own. They don't want to be in congregate shelter. You know, one guy's looking for ID and a job. So I've told them, you know, please work with CSUMB, work with the county, see what's out there to be offered, but, you know, also tell them what you need and make sure you get what you need. And if that's not good enough, well, then what are we going to do? Because yes, no, I know they're not going to be allowed to go back there, but where are they allowed to be there? Because if you're looking for model citizens of people that, you know, don't really fit this boogeyman stereotype, like they're being responsible with their belongings and the environment. So where can we put these people? Where can they be 24 hours a day if they're not going to go into services? Because I don't want to see, I don't want them to be future criminals. And that's what's going to happen. You know, this, whatever jurisdiction they go to, they're not going to be allowed to be there. And how do we bridge this gap social service wise and validate people on the whole, either stop the sweep or allow them to be somewhere 400 square feet in the tent and they'll build themselves a house. You just watch. They'll take care of it all by themselves. It won't cost you a penny. Just need to respect people. So I hope we do things better.
Thank you very much, Mr. White. Is there any other member of the public that wishes to comment on anything that is not on today's agenda? Seeing no hands and seeing no additional comment, we will continue on with our scheduled matters for the morning. Our next scheduled matters, we're bringing him back, is an update on CSUMB from President Eduardo M. Ochoa.
Thank you, Chair Adams. Thank you for the opportunity to give you an update on what's been happening at CSUMB. And given that I'm closing out a 10-year tenure as president, I thought I would give a overview of the last 10 years. Next slide, please. So just to recap what most of us know, CSUMB started when the Fort Ord Army Base closed. And it was the far-sighted vision of community leaders like Leon Panetta, Sam Farr, and others who included in plans for the base reuse, creating a new CSU campus. Fortunately, at the time, we had Barry Muniz as chancellor, who was a creative individual and saw the potential, and he agreed to it, even though it wasn't in our plans as a system to do that at the time. The first class was admitted in 1995, and it only was done after only 6 months of planning, because there was the political winds were shifting in Washington, and there was a danger that the Army might take it back, might back out of its agreement to give the base to the state. So the campus started with without having really finished up preparing the place. And I understand Peter Smith, the first president, tells me that they had to take the students out in an outward bound experience the first week because the residence halls weren't ready. By the time they were done with that, they were. So, and it's been like that it was like that for a number of years, where the campus built the plane while flying it. But the campus did some tremendous creative, innovative practices during those first 10 years, many of which were just emerging in higher education and have since become established best practices. They're sometimes referred to as high impact practices, things that characterize the university, like a service learning requirement for all of our students, capstone projects for all of our students, multidisciplinary programs, and the whole service learning engagement with the community was, in fact, something that brought tremendous distinction to CSUMB. We also had an outcomes-based curriculum from the ground up, which was also a new thing in higher education, and is now the established practice. So after 10 years of the first presidency, there were some weaknesses at CSUMB that needed to be addressed. Our curriculum was extremely innovative, so innovative it was hard to articulate with community colleges. And so the next president, Diana Harrison, went ahead and made some of the changes that needed to be made to build some of the capacities in the institution that would help it mature. And so by the time I arrived in 2012, the campus was there, had developed a general education curriculum that you could articulate. And so transfer students were rising in the university. And we had made a clear decision to become a destination campus, which meant that a significant portion of our students, the majority of our students, would be traditional age students, full-time residential students. And that required building up nice facilities, co-curricular activities for the students, student support services, and a good outreach and recruitment capability by the institution. So all those things were in place, and CSUMB was by then a very desirable campus to attend. And so what I proposed moving forward was to re-engage with the founding vision of the institution. And now that we had developed some of the capabilities that every university needed, to start focusing on things that would distinguish us, developing our distinctive programs, and also, as was mentioned in your very gracious resolution, focusing on our role as regional stewards. And so that we've been able to make some progress in that. Next slide, please. So when at the beginning of this 10-year period of my tenure, we were at 5,100 students. We had 336 faculty, and we graduated just under 800 students, and we had 3 colleges. That's where we were. And then shifting now to today on the next slide, we have a mission and a vision statement that captures what we do. As you can see there, this was developed as part of our last strategic planning cycle. And that's what we're focusing on. We want to educate students by providing transformative learning experiences for them in an inclusive environment. And we want to be recognized as a comprehensive university that prepares reflective practitioners, innovative leaders, and thriving citizens dedicated to the public good. And that captures, I think, the multiple dimensions of what's distinctive about a CSUMB education. Next slide, please. As you know, our campus looks like this. We have a main campus on the west end, and then we have the East Campus residential complex on the east. We have an open space area connecting the two. Also, I wanted to bring this map up to just point out to you, I'm going to be referring later to a couple of things in this drawing. One is on the upper left-hand corner, that big gray area that we colloquially call the AT&T parking lot. I'll have something to say about that in a minute. And then the stadium, which is just below that. And we'll also mention some things about that towards later in this presentation. Next slide, please. So in the past 10 years, there's been a number of changes made and developments on the campus. We have created 3 new colleges. We used to have a College of Professional Studies that combined the programs that are now distributed throughout these 3 colleges. It was clear that if we were going to be making an intentional and purposive outreach to the community to raise our connectedness and our profile, we needed a College of Business to lead the way. And so we started with that. We brought in a founding dean, Sham Kamath, who now with his wife Karen have become fixtures in the region as well. that was probably one of the best decisions I've made is hiring him. They've done great work in helping us connect the university, but also the other colleges have done terrific work. College of Education with the founding dean, Jose Luis Alvarado, went on to really raise the profile and the presence of CSUMB in preparing teachers for this region. As you know, this region used to be served by San Jose State until we came on board, and then our service region of the three counties area was carved out of that region. So we started with zero market share, if you will, of providing teachers for this area. Frankly, while the education program was part of a larger College of Professional Studies, there wasn't a very aggressive push to really become the go-to place for teachers. Once the college was founded and a dean put at the head of it, like Jose Luis, there were great strides made in terms of really making CSUMB the first place to look for teacher preparation in the county. And we're very proud of a program that we have now with in collaboration with Hartnell College that is helping address a severe teacher shortage in South County. And that partnership is basically a kind of a grow your own strategy where we provide, Hartnell provides the lower division courses in their satellite facility in South County. And then we send our faculty over there to provide the upper division courses and the certificate courses. And so that way we have cohorts of new teachers that are from the area, committed to the area and rooted to the area, who want to serve in the area and are not going to leave on short notice. So that's a great advance. And the College of Health Sciences was also made quite a splash with its founding dean, Britt. I'm blanking out on her name now. Britt what? Ellis Rios, that's right. Britt was very effective in partnering with the health organizations in the region, and went on to develop a number of programs with their support, especially the physician assistant program is a very high profile one. Facilities, we have built a new business and information technology. We built the Promontory residence halls, which added nearly 800 beds to our residence capability, and a new Arts, Humanities, and Social Sciences building, and most recently, the Otter Student Union. All of these buildings, except for the Promontory, were LEED silver or gold. Next slide, please. That shows you a little bit what these look like. They have the Promontory there on the upper left, the Otter Student Union on the upper right, and College of Arts Humanities lower left, and BIT building on the lower right. They have helped transform the campus. In particular, the Otter Student Union has created a new living room for our students. It's in tandem with the library now, really provide the anchor for a thriving campus life. Next slide, please. We also reached out to the community and provided services where they were needed. And so we acquired or leased various facilities, starting with Ranch facility, which used to be where Monterey Herald had its location when it did its own printing. They didn't need that much space. They moved out. We acquired that facility, and we were able to provide outreach programs there. This is a favorite area, a favorite venue for the Osher Lifelong Institute. Very convenient for folks in the peninsula to attend classes there. Salinas City Center was a facility that we acquired and helped support the Steinbeck Center and Museum with some of their financial challenges. It also provides us with some space for special events, and we still have more to do with that facility. And I'm expecting that we will be able to once we get some focused attention there, now that we have a new dean of arts and humanities and a new provost, we will be doing some things there. North Salinas, the former Hill College suddenly closed, making this facility available. It was a turnkey facility for providing classes. And so we stepped in and leased that facility and use it as the venue for our physician assistant program. And then another landmark for milestone for our university really was our first comprehensive fundraising campaign. We thought, when we started out, we thought we would have a target of 25 million by the 25th year. Instead, we ended up raising over $100 million. So we were very proud of that, but also very humbled and grateful to the community for the support that they're giving our university. Next slide, please. This is a quick look at the facilities, the satellite facilities we have: Ryan Ranch, North Salinas, and Salinas City Center. Next slide, please. I want to talk a little bit more at length about Bright Futures, the Cradle to Career educational partnership that we started with other major stakeholders in the region. Next slide. We began with high-profile leaders in the region as co-conveners with us, and we enlisted the support of Bruce Taylor, representing business, and now Deneen Gus as the county superintendent of education. She stepped in after Nancy Katowski retired. She was the first co-convener representing K-12. Nonprofit sector, we used to have you there until you stepped down from United Way, and then Dan Baldwin stepped in representing the nonprofit sector. And Charles McKee is also not the first, but the continuing representative of regional government on this co-convener group, for which we're grateful. And the charter of Bright Futures to ensure that every child is prepared for school, succeeds in and out of school, completes a post-high school credential, and enters a promising career. The Bright Futures partnership is an example of something that's been come to be known in the literature as collective impact practices, where you bring together organizations that maintain their independence and autonomy, but want to come together to align their efforts toward a large common goal. And that common goal, our community told us at a large convening, was to go from 20% of students entering kindergarten ultimately getting a post-secondary credential to 60%. So that's a very ambitious goal. And I think, next slide, please. That's where it shows what the picture was when we started, showing how by the time that you're reaching, completing a post-secondary credential, only 1,500 of the original 7,000 students starting kindergarten would be there. Next slide. So, and go ahead and click so that it all shows. Yeah, the whole thing. Okay. Oh, oops. Yeah. So a big part of this partnership is to develop a comprehensive database that really helps all of the partners get a comprehensive view of what the landscape looks like in terms of the educational pipeline and where their efforts fit into the overall picture. So we did map out this transition from pre-K all through college and career, and developed a number of indicators that would help us track the progress throughout it. And some of the numbers that are mentioned in this chart were the ones that we inherited. Next slide, please. Tap again. There. So this is what I was mentioning earlier. What the community rallied around is this idea of a large goal of 60% plus by 2026. I think the pandemic has pushed that out a year or two more, but it's still a goal. Next slide. Okay, so this is basically how we carve the pipeline into 7 segments. Early care, kinder ready, language and literacy in the early grades, critical thinking in the middle grades, connected youth in the later high school years, and then college training ready as you prepare to graduate, and then a career pathway. And so we have between 2 and 4 indicators for each one of these 7 segments in the partnership. Since 2015, 21 of those 23 indicators have improved. So that's one tangible measure of improvement. So we're on our way, and I look forward to seeing that continue. Next slide. Going back now to campus, strictly campus-based achievements, we did develop a number of new academic programs that are listed here. Sustainable hospitality management, agribusiness, soil science, physician assistant, computer science, 3-year program, and the teacher pathway. Those are some of the more notable ones. And our growth has been quite substantial. We've increased enrollment by 45%. We've increased our faculty by 54%. And the number of degrees awarded has gone up by 170%. Graduation rates, that's another one that, as you know, the CSU has a graduation initiative. It's called GI 2025, and we are meeting our goals, and in some cases exceeding them. By now, the 6-year freshman graduation rate is 76. It's 62.9%, which represents a 76% improvement of where we started 10 years ago. And the 3-year transfer rate completion for transfer students is 79.7%, which represents a 77% increase over where we were 10 years ago. We're very proud of those numbers. Next slide, please. Okay, this is just a visual snapshot of our degrees. I don't expect you to scan these, but just so you get a sense, we have about 25 distinct majors, undergraduate majors, and 8 graduate programs at this point. Next slide. Now, just a quick look at what our students look like. Next slide. So today, our students are 52% first generation, 50% underrepresented minority, 31% classified as low income. And those 3 categories obviously have overlap. That's why these percentages add up to more than 100%. 31% of our students are adults, 25 years or older, and 63% female. So that's the broad demographics of it. Next slide. In terms of the race and ethnicity, the diversity of our students is quite remarkable. We have 46% Latino students now at CSUMB, 28% white, and we have single digits of either multiracial or other classifications like African American, Asian American, etc. So it's primarily we are what is known in the industry as an HSI, a Hispanic Serving Institution. Where do our students come from? Next slide. They come from all over the state. We have from the 3-county area that we serve, that's where 43% of our students come from. But then the rest come from almost evenly divided between the rest of Central California, Southern California, or Northern California, with a few percentage points from other countries or other states, which we hope to increase somewhat to both enrich the educational experience for all our students, but also to help our revenues, frankly, because they do pay higher tuition. This slide, what's interesting about this is that because we only, because our enrollment is only 43% from our region, it meant that when CSUMB became a very attractive place to attend, and we were forced to raise our eligibility standards, what the CSU calls impaction, because of our commitment to the region, we kept the admission standards for the 3-county area at the CSU baseline. We only raised it for students outside of our area. So we became more selective. We admitted fewer students from the rest of the state in order to continue to provide full access to students in our 3-county region. That made sense given our regional mission. Next, please. Next slide. Okay, this is just a little bit of a teaser. This is a list that is a combination of things that are actually happening right now and things that will be happening. And so they go from most concrete to most speculative. The stadium is in fact remodeled. In fact, this Saturday, we're having the inaugural game of the Monterey Bay Football Club at home. So I encourage you to attend. That should be a fun event. The game is against the Las Vegas team, and they start at 7 o'clock, but the celebration will begin before that. And then our commencement will take place in the remodeled stadium. As you probably know, this is a partnership between us and Monterey Football Club. They have poured close to $12 million of renovation costs into the stadium, gave it a new turf, a new seating, and it's going to be a very nice venue. The first engineering program for the university will be in a discipline called mechatronics, which is a combination of mechanical engineering and electronics. And it's designed specifically to support the ag tech revolution happening in the Salinas Valley, as well as companies like Joby Aviation out of Marina. So it'll be focusing on robotics and GPS and all of those new technologies, drone technology. For that purpose, we are planning a new science and engineering building that will house this program, as well as provide additional labs for our existing science programs. And we have actually raised, it's probably going to be about in the neighborhood of $100 million building. We've raised close to $20 million for it from private sources. And we have an ask out to the legislature. This is the year where the CSU campuses have been given a green light to lobby for their own earmarks. And so we are asking for support for that building from the legislature. So if you can put in a good word with us on our behalf with the legislature, I would encourage you to do so. And then the most speculative one, the one that is really at this point mostly a gleam in our eye, although we have done an RFP and we do have a developer selected with whom we are in conversations, but no more than that at this point, is a major development project on that AT&T parking lot that I pointed out earlier, which would really, next slide, please. Let me first give you some visuals for all these things. This is what the stadium sort of looks like right now. Next slide. The new science and engineering building is going to look something like that. And then the next slide. And this is an artist's rendering of what that Second Avenue development might look like in that northeast corner of the campus. And it would really be a place, it would be a combination of residential space as well as office space, and that would allow for companies maybe that are clustering around Joby and the ag tech developments in Salinas to build an ecosystem around the university. So that's a little bit of our vision. We also think that it might be an attractive place to develop a substantial retirement community that would then start drawing from the cultural amenities that we hope to provide in the years to come from our campus. So that's the most sort of visionary last piece I thought I'd mention. And next slide. That's it. That's our report. Thank you. Thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, please answer them.
Thank you so much. You read about CSUMB in the paper. I see you and we talk about things, but to see this presentation, it's just really exciting. All of the things that have been accomplished and also looking to the future. It's really quite wonderful. And let me just see if my colleagues have any questions or comments at this point.
Only that you've done a hell of a job in your 10 years there. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Great presentation. Thank you, Dr. Ochoa. And I just look at where we are today versus where I remember when the campus opened. I think I was in middle school or high school, and looking back now at what it's become is truly astounding, especially in the last decade under your leadership. And so just want to congratulate you upon your retirement. I kind of saved it for this portion of the presentation, but also want to say congratulations to your entire family for supporting you through all these incredible works that you've been able to accomplish. And I know that you sticking around in the area is a big win for us, but also want to thank your wife, Holly, for all that she's committed and contributed, especially through the arts. And as I saw that final presentation, that community, I just hope that there's also an element of the arts in there. And you spoke to it almost in your very last comment about, that need for that culture to also be included as part of the fabric of that community. So thank you for the vision. Thank you for the effort. And as the campus continues to evolve, we know that your fingerprints will be all over it. So congratulations on your well-earned retirement.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Rudascu.
Yeah, thank you. And again, just, down the street, right, from where I live and work, watching CSUMB do the work to remove the blight that has plagued our community for too long, and transform these spaces into vibrant, healthy spaces of learning and economic vitality. We really do appreciate it. And I know that my neighboring cities of Marina and Seaside that abut and engage with the university are looking forward to continuing to support the growth and the future visions in partnership with the university. So thank you so much. And again, congratulations on your retirement, Dr. Ochoa.
Thank you, Wendy. Is there any member of the public that wishes to say anything before I make my final remarks? Oops, seeing no hands raised. And do we see anyone on Zoom? I do not. Good. So I just want to say another thank you so much. You've done so much, not just to provide the students with a wonderful place to be, but you are really the visionary, and it's your vision that has been brought forward in such a wonderful way that's really just transformed our community. So many different things that really matter to me, but one of the things that we really haven't talked about, but which I believe that you personally are responsible for, is not just that students have an opportunity here. What you've done on the other side of the coin is really provided our communities with a wonderful, well-educated workforce. And that is something that we all need just so very, very much. So I appreciate that. It's really been an honor for me to work so closely with you on so many subjects. And I will repeat what I say to you so often. When I first met Dr. Ochoa, I came out and somebody said, so, what's he like? And I said, he has a great smile and he's very generous with it. And so with that, I'll say thank you again. I know our paths will cross, and it will always be a pleasure to see you. Thank you so much for your years of service. So we will close our CSUMB item, and now we are going to an important item for today, another important item, and that is an opportunity to adopt a resolution proclaiming May 1 through May 7th as Public Service Recognition Week. And we are going to honor some employees who have been providing public service for a long time with some special recognition. And I will look to our wonderful Human Resources Department here to see if you would like to lead us into this.
Thank you so much, and good morning, Chair Adams and members of the board, and Charles McKee, our CAO, and Les Gerard, our County Counsel. So thank you for the opportunity today to present to the recognition, public service recognition, which is this week of May 1st through the 7th. The Human Resources Department, along with the county leadership, would like to thank all county employees for their dedication and commitment to providing excellent customer service to our residents of Monterey County. In addition, in today's presentation, you're going to see a video that my team has prepared to acknowledge our disaster service workers, particularly those who have worked in our alternative housing sites. So we will highlight that video for you. In addition, I think Charles is going to make a few comments as well, but we would like to, again, thank all our workers who have participated and stepped up, in essence, to be disaster service workers. In addition, I do want to acknowledge the health department and Natividad for those employees who have not had the opportunity to be disaster service workers, but have been the face of providing the service to keep our community safe. So again, thank you to the health department and to Natividad employees. So with that, Chair, I would like to ask if you would like for us to first show the video, or do we do the proclamation? Because we also have special guests here today. We have individuals who have been with the county for over 40 years of service. And so we have prepared certificates of appreciation for them. And we have some of their family members with us today as well.
Well, in my opinion, the families and the children and everyone has been so very patient while we've gone through so many things. Why don't we do the celebratory part first?
Perfect.
Okay.
So, and I believe we have a listing of the individuals, correct? Okay.
I think we're sort of playing this a little loose, and I hope you'll forgive that. But we didn't have much of an opportunity to talk beforehand.
So we have departments, and thank you, department heads who are here to support your employees. So we're going to call out individuals, and then we'll do a photo op, but we have certificates for you. So first we'll start off with Nick Chulos, who's our assistant CAO. So Nick, please come on up. And Charles, if you want to all
people of Monterey County and the many people whose lives you've touched in the last 47th year. Congratulations, and thank you so much for your years of service, Nick. Thank you, Betty. Thank you.
Okay.
And our next person is Steve Gribas from Natividad. Thank you so much, and congratulations for your 40 years of service to our county. You've done a great job, and it's really nice that you're able to be here with us today to receive this small token of our appreciation and thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
And next we have Roger McCrae. Yay. Wow, thank you so much. With great gratitude for your 40 years of service. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you very much. And next we have Pamela Patterson. And now I will say to you also, thank you. Thank you so much for the lives you've changed, the things that you've done for 40 years. It's amazing and wonderful.
Okay, well, we're gonna have a couple of pictures with Janine and then her family.
Hold on for a second.
Okay,
Stay
stay
right
right
there. My grandson Luke, and he is 18. And this is Davis, he's 11. And this is Sloan, she's 2. And Jameson's out in the back, she's 5. This is my daughter, Kayla.
So why don't you hold this and then it'll just be your family. There we go.
Okay. Sloan.
Right here?
Oh, Sloan. There. Thank you.
And now we have Maureen Lee. Thank you so much for your years of dedication and service, 40 years. It's amazing. Congratulations. Well, thank you so much. Let's see if we can get a picture here. There we go. What I would like to do now is have my colleagues from the board come down and we'll have a picture taken with all of the people who have received their certificates today.
Yes, please.
Yes,
Your
Luke.
certificate, bring your certificate with you, please.
Ask anybody, can we ask that question first?
There are a few people who were not able to join us today. I don't think is either Corazon Guerrero or Susana Reyes or Pamela Demrest here today.
And they went out to go get Pam really quick.
Oh, good. Thank you.
So we could just wait a moment.
Okay.
Oh, to bring the dog.
Bring the dog and the baby.
Typical politician, right?
So comfortable sitting in just a little bit, maybe, you know, bring the side shoulders.
Oh, yeah.
You wanna hold your- The other shoulder?
Other shoulder.
That's perfect. Oh, looks like we're about ready to duke it out here.
Doesn't click like this.
You're
the same. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I hired her.
Did you? Wow.
Thank you so much. Years of service. It's wonderful.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 42 years. And it's every year that I do. Absolutely. Okay, all right. I'll give it over to you.
For the coppers, too.
With my phone. With my phone.
Someone's gonna get my ATM and maybe my phone. Thanks, Dad.
Thank you for that. So we did not rehearse it, so it worked out really well. I do want to be able to share with you the video that my team has put together. We've special recognition that I would like to share Arturo. May not have met him, Arturo Roque, and he does basically all our media in our office. And then we also have an intern, Daniel Morin, who was our photographer as well. So he worked on this video. So I want to be able to share with you the video. Again, it's with the alternative housing site at San Lorenzo Park. It has been extremely challenging for my team to find workers to work at the site. And so we're hopeful that with this piece of video that people would find interest to be able to support that alternative housing site. I do have Lori Medina here in the audience today. Her team has been supporting this. So special shout out to Lori and her team. So with that said, let's go ahead and show the video.
In the event of a declared emergency or disaster, as we know, all county employees are disaster services workers. For social services, part of our role is to do the coordination of the setting up of shelters, which are typically short-term. But in the case of some disasters, those events could be more prolonged, as with the COVID-19 emergency.
One of the big parts of the pandemic for helping our community and helping individuals in our community is what we call our alternative housing site. And that includes both trailers down at San Lorenzo Park, very brand new trailers that are really nice, as well as some hotels throughout the county that we utilize to help people isolate when they can't isolate at home. Now, as a disaster service worker, we've asked many employees throughout the county to help with either the hotels or the trailers down in San Lorenzo Park. And you'll meet some people on this video today that had no idea that's something that they would do in their job as a county employee, but were willing to step in and help out.
The Monterey County Alternate Housing Site Program for the COVID positive individuals and families is located at San Lorenzo Park, and then also we have an undisclosed hotel site. We serve both the Housing for the Harvest program there and then also the regular alternate housing site program. Specifically at the San Lorenzo site, we have very nice travel trailers. They're fairly new, and individuals and or families can come in. They get their own unit and they are served breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And my staff take very good care of them there while they recover. They're able to get out of the trailers, walk around, enjoy the park-like setting as they recover from COVID.
I've been working here since June of 2020. I started out working here at the site, and then I started working remotely and assisting referrals.
So what's your daily task?
There's a lot. So most of the time it's taking in the new referrals for guests that are calling in. We used to only get referrals from hospitals and clinics, but now there's a lot of self-referrals. So there's a lot of calls coming throughout the day where they're wanting to come to the site to isolate, or they're asking about the Monterey County Health Department stipend or the Housing for the Harvest incentive.
We deliver food for them, and within that time we
go ahead and do the checks, like see how they're doing, if they need anything. And then we also do a lot of like maintenance work. So where it's like cleaning around the park, actually taking care of the trailers. We also set up the trailers.
Okay, so it kind of depends on what shift you work, but for the most part I work day shifts. So I'm responsible for providing breakfast and lunch, and then making sure that clean linen, the guests have clean linen, and to provide them with anything that they may need, such as snacks, water.
I've had very good experiences. This is the first time I worked with a real team, and I feel welcome into this team. I've met a lot of new people with the new guests coming in, and it's been a new experience for me.
I think it's challenging at times how you want to do more sometimes for them, because we're limited to what we're doing. It's, you know, sometimes we do want to go above and beyond to help them out in every part of their journey here, whether, like they said, helping them apply for benefits, whether that be CalFresh, CalWorks, Medi-Cal, sometimes referring them to other services that we can't provide. So I think it's a challenge to be able to just guide them in the right direction for them to be able to get the assistance that we can get them here.
I think at the beginning, I'd never worked on trailers before. You know, there's a lot of things that I never did before coming to the site. So it's helped me grow as a person, I would say, because the longer that I've been here, they've been giving us more responsibilities to the seasoned staff. So we're able to take leadership roles. And so I'd say that, I mean, if anything, I've grown as a person here.
The disaster service workers that have served at the COVID positive alternate housing site program, we started the program back in March and April of 2020 until now. There's been many, and they have just given their heart to the program. They served despite of the potential concerns of being around COVID positive individuals. They are what kept this program going. They really are the heart and soul of the program, and they have served their community well.
When county employees are acting as disaster services workers, you really are true heroes for our community. Our staff have been phenomenal in responding to the need. And one of the things that's really struck me as I've been doing this work for many months is that I consistently hear staff say that being assigned to these sites have also enriched them personally, that they really see how critically important that work is. They see how you have to have the heart of this work to be able to respond with the kind of compassion and care that our constituents need in these really trying times.
One of the important roles in disaster service coordination is the work of human resources, because they have to identify the employees at the department's name and say, are those the ones that are right for this job? Do they have the skills? And how are we going to coordinate it? We can't have everybody just show up at one time for a disaster. We need to coordinate them to have them show up as they're needed. We need to identify their skills and parse them out throughout the county and throughout the work that's needed to help with the COVID-19 pandemic response. So thank you to those departments who have stood up, and thank you to all the employees who have done so, as well as the Human Resources Department for coordinating it.
So thank you for the opportunity to share this video with you, and thought perfect for us to be able to do it during this Public Service Recognition Week. So the next thing that I would like to share with you is, you may have heard the name Catherine Crusade through emails. She's probably been in contact with you, but she is our County Employee Engagement Manager. It was through her efforts today that her, and then as well as Sylvia from my office, Cynthia Juarez, who prepared the certificates and the recognition. They're here in the audience, but it's through their efforts that we were able to connect with the Chair Adams to make this happen. I think, again, it's really important that we recognize our employees for all the great work that they do, and it's fitting that we do it this week, Public Service Recognition Week. And I believe, Chair Adams, you have a resolution that you can present either now or later.
I think that we should probably look at that later. And I am just so very thankful that we have all of the wonderful employees that we do. Lori said something in the video that I think is really true, and that is that you have to have a calling for public service. And so many of the people in our community do have this calling. So many people in this room have the calling to public service. There are so many different things that you have done, just protecting us, protecting us from contagious diseases, just doing all of the things that you've put your own life aside for 40 years, more than 40 years. Many people in this room have just truly dedicated their lives to other people's lives so that other people's lives can be better and can thrive. And we're just so very thankful for the tireless efforts that all of the employees make on behalf of the public and behalf of each of us personally. So from the bottom of my heart, I just thank all of the employees that we have, and those of you who are here representing everyone today. Thank you so very, very much. Is there any other supervisor that would like to make comment at this point? Yes.
It's hard to remember back to when the alternative housing site was set up, but it was one of the most challenging periods that I'd ever experienced as an individual, especially as a leader. We didn't know much about this particular virus and how it spread through our communities, and the variants we were dealing with were a lot stronger. And for people who signed up for a job doing one thing, to set that aside, to say, I'm going to do what's necessary, not just what I signed up for. That above and beyond was something that stood out to me, and those people are still doing it. And I thank every single county employee who stood up and said, I'll play a role. They're rock stars, heroes, whatever label you want to put on them, because going beyond in service is something that nobody can force you to do. But when you stand up to do it, it's something that needs to be recognized. And this video was a good way to highlight some of the people who did that work. This particular housing site especially, I can tell you some of the hardest calls I took during the pandemic were people who were saying, just got a positive diagnosis. I got your number from a friend, and it was always my cell phone. What do I do? Where do I go? I got kicked out of my house. Or a family that was split, half my family tested positive, half my family's not. How do I keep my kids safe? Right? Some of those tough questions that you don't have to grapple with until you do. And with all the unknowns, we had an answer. The answer was this alternative housing site, the referral system, and finding a way to give people service during those critical and darkest hours. And that was only possible because county employees stood up and stood in front and said, we will do this. We will find a way to get it done. Now, what I also want to say is there's so many of you who played a different role, but worked just as hard. And I don't want you to think you're not recognized. I know that everybody at Natividad, from bottom to the top, the people working HVAC to the front line, to the folks helping clean up rooms in between patients, the same stress, the same feelings. And there were so many different roles within the county family that people don't attribute that specific quality to, but I want you to know that we see you. And we appreciate your service to all those people with 47 plus years, 40 years who put in that work day after day to serve our community. I see you, and the board sees you, and we appreciate you and all that you've done for the residents in the last couple of years. There's nothing we can do to ever say thank you enough, but trust me, I'll never stop trying. Thank you for all that you've done.
Great comments. Great comments. I'm not seeing any other supervisors' hands raised, so I'll go out to the public and see if there's any member of the public that wishes to make comment on this item today on our agenda. And are we seeing any hands raised on Zoom? I'm seeing none. So with that, I will again just thank all of you so much for your exemplary efforts. And it is just wonderful that we've been able to do this. So I've had public comment. And now we are going to recess this item and reconvene our Board of Supervisors at 1:30 today. So there is a resolution. I think
I'm not sure we have it here physically, but I think we can adopt the resolution and.
Yes, that's where
I'll go ahead and move the resolution.
I'll second that.
Yeah, thank you so much. The Supreme Court has just got me in jitters today, and I'm so sorry. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate someone making a motion and someone seconding it. And now if we can please have the roll call vote.
Supervisor Leho.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you. And now I will recess this Board of Supervisors until 1:30 today. Recess to close session, and then we will reconvene in this room at 1:30. Well, you're falling asleep? Ah, I'm just kidding. I'm
Mic 5 check. Mic 6 check. Mic 10 check. Works, yep. And then you can just turn it on that way. If
Okay.
you
Click mic, testing click mic.
mic 10 check. I may have already done it, but mic 11 check.
Mic go. Podium mic check. Edgar, can you hear us okay?
We can hear you loud and clear on Zoom.
Awesome.
And mic 12 check.
Where's the label?
I just did a little 1.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And then a little 2.
Click mic 1. What did I say? Oh, staff mic 1. Sorry.
You got it. You got it.
And staff mic 2.
Wireless mic 2 check. Wireless mic 1 check.
I know I'm not being completely.
Well,
You ready? Good afternoon, everyone. And we are now going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Could we please have a roll call?
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Phillips, and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisors Alejo and Askew appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And if we could please have our announcement from our Spanish interpreter.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré el intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Por favor, hacer una pausa final de sus oraciones para asegurarse que tengo la oportunidad de interpretar. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Celis. And now we're going to start our first scheduled matter of the afternoon. And this is to approve the Auditor Controller's fiscal year 2022-23 and 23-24 internal audit work plan. And I believe I see Rupa Shah here. I'll turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, Chair Adams, members of the board. We are very pleased to bring forth the internal audit work plan for the next 2 fiscal years. First off, let me take the opportunity to introduce James Lamb, who has joined the county team as the Chief Internal Auditor and brings related experience of approximately 18 years working in the government sector, public sector, doing the auditing and consulting services, a related experience as well as related educational background. So really happy to have James on board. And then, as I said, we are pleased to bring forth the audit work plan for the next 2 fiscal years. So as a quick background, and as you may know, our county has not had internal audit activity for some time. And despite filling the vacancy in my office of the Chief Internal Auditor, we only have 2 internal auditor positions in the office. So keeping the resource constraint in mind, we had to do really some original thinking and analysis on how best to reinstate the audit activity for the county that can bring results, add value, and reduce risk. So with that in mind, we have chosen few themes for our audit work plan for the next couple of years. And those themes are one, conducting cash handling controls at various county locations. Two, review of contract oversight, monitoring, and compliance with fiscal provisions. Number three, projects with revenue generating potential, such as franchise fee audits and TOT. So the projects listed in our work plan that James will review will include these themes, are including these themes. And then additionally reflected in our work plan, my team will be supporting the departments in completing the contract mandated audits that are required by the granting agencies, selecting, issuing the RFP, identifying the audit scope, selecting and soliciting the auditors, and then monitoring the external audit services. So that will also be part of our plan, and it is included under external services section. And then with that, I will turn it over to James, who will go over our internal audit work plan, and then we'll be happy to address any questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw,
Great, thank you.
and welcome.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm going to go over briefly the audit work plan. The work plan is a bit different from prior years. This plan encompasses actually 2 fiscal years rather than just one. And instead of just including audits to be performed, the plan encompasses 3 major responsibilities of internal audit. So in addition to audits, we've included in the plan external audit services and compliance monitoring. Internal audits, which is really the bread and butter of our work. As you know, it's about independent assessments to improve county operations. Second, the external audit service, that's about helping county departments through the procurement and contract process to secure external audit services that they may need. Thirdly, compliance monitoring, that's our responsibility to track compliance with state mandates and county policies. I'll get into that a little bit more later. Next slide. As for internal audits, we've identified a total of 8 potential audit projects. The list is not in any particular order, but as of now, I think we're likely going to target the waste management agreement audit first. So first on this list is the review of the treasurer's quarterly statement of assets. This is an ongoing state mandated audit that we do. It's required of all county auditors, and it's a review of the county's cash and investments. Number 2 is a cash handling audits. These are very limited scope audits to evaluate the controls related to the handling of cash, checks, and credit card payments at various county locations with high levels of transactions. Number 3 is the Laguna Seca Management Services Agreement audit. This is going to determine whether the contractor has been accurately charging the county for appropriate expenses, depositing all revenues with the county, and receiving accurate incentive fees from the county. Fourth on this list is the waste collection franchise fee agreement. This is specifically targeted to verify whether waste management has been accurately calculating and paying on a timely basis the franchise fees and other required fees to the county. Number 5 on this list is the water recycling agreement audit. This is actually an audit that was at the request of WRD. It's an audit that will determine whether Monterey One Water has complied with contract requirements pertaining to the tracking and allocation of direct and indirect costs for cost reimbursement by the county. Number 6 is the TOT audits. We've done this in the past. It's a very straightforward audit. What we'll do is select several hotel operators, and we'll make sure that the taxes they've paid were accurately calculated. And lastly, phase 2 audits. There are 2 potential phase 2 audits of both the Laguna Seca and the waste collection agreement audits. These would target other areas that the phase 1 audits did not address. For Laguna Seca, it could be reviewing the day-to-day activities and policies at the raceway. And for the waste collection, a phase 2 audit could be on customer billing rates and diversion percentages, which will provide a more complete picture of the contractor's performance. Next slide. So the second major responsibility of internal audit is external audit service. At times, departments will need certain compliance performance audits completed, whether it's mandated by granting agencies or state law, or it could be necessitated by an emerging risk. Here, what we do is we help these departments go through the procurement process to secure the most appropriate external audit firm so that they can perform the audit that these departments need. And so in that vein, what we do is we help departments identify the audit scope. We help them with issuing the RFP, soliciting, reviewing, selecting the vendor. And we also help coordinate and monitor the vendor's service. In the work plan, we noted a few projects that we're already working on. Just recently, we assisted Public Works in securing an outside audit firm to conduct post-construction audits of the jail addition and the juvenile hall projects. These are required by a state funding program, and the audit of the jail addition project is underway. We're also assisting the Greenfield Memorial District. We're anticipating helping that particular special district with their state mandated financial statements audit, as well as a possible state practices audit to shore up the financial operations, and the latter of which is dependent on county funding. Lastly, because we're anticipating the need for this service to grow and increase in the future, we are preparing an RFQ to establish a pool of pre-qualified external audit firms to provide financial performance and related audit services on an as-needed basis. I think this is going to help speed up the process in identifying a contractor and proceeding with the audit as quickly as possible when it is needed by our department. The last major responsibility of internal audits is compliance monitoring. This is an ongoing responsibility of the division. One of the areas is the financial audits that's required of state districts, of special districts. This is a state code that requires that. And so internal auditors are responsible for tracking the compliance of the 54 special districts in Monterey County with this code. Secondly, as required by our own policy for petty cash and change funds, internal audit helps review departmental requests for the establishment or the modification of petty cash and change funds, as well as the replenishment of the petty cash funds when needed. Right now, we have about 104 different petty cash and change funds that are utilized by county departments. So that concludes our presentation on the audit work plan. So please let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you. Did you say you oversee the petty cash and change funds on 84?
104.
104.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a lot. Thank you. So let's come down. We'll start over here to my colleagues on the left.
Who came up with this one on Laguna Seca? Who suggested that?
Yeah, Supervisor Phillips, when the transition from the CAO's office to the Public Works and Parks Department occurred, that department actually approached us and requested that we review the activities, so at least, there is
which department?
Public Works Department, Public Works and Parks Department.
Yeah, I wish you would have been here a year before the administration of this was turned over to the Parks Department, because at that time, the people managing Laguna Seca for the county didn't disclose to them or us that there was some real funds there that could have been used for Laguna Seca that wasn't. And then a considerable amount of money, I don't want to go into detail about it, but a considerable amount of money that was earned at Laguna Seca was put into an account that it shouldn't have been put into. And And then when that was discovered by the people who should have known about this in the county, there was a delay in notifying us and even the county council. And the county council now is dealing with that big issue, but it would have been nice to have the audit then. Really, that's not your doing, but it would have been nice. But I appreciate having the audit function because I do think we need it. And I think it's important. I appreciate the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, just thank you for bringing this forward. I know that it comes forward every couple of years. I think we see it here at the board in some form, but really the breadth and the growth that we're seeing within the type of issues that you're taking on and willing to engage with to make sure that the public's work is being done in a transparent way is greatly appreciated. So thank you for bringing those forward and for your collaboration on some of the key issues like the Greenfield Memorial District, where just riding the ship sometimes takes a little bit of help. And it often having an expert in the room in the form of a financial expert like each one of you can be that shift that the community needs. So thank you for playing that role.
Thank you.
And yes, Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate the thought that has gone into developing this list of internal work plan projects. The spreadsheet that came along with the agenda attachments includes some additional audit suggestions, and I think that we, as stewards of significant taxpayer dollars, we have a responsibility to ensure that funds are being used as we say that they are. And from where we sit on the Board of Supervisors, we can enact policy and give direction for how we want funds to be spent and managed. However, the ability of the auditor controller's office to really go in and verify as a check and balance, and then bring reports back about recommendations for policies that we need to monitor more closely or implement, I think is really important. So I want to commend Ms. Shaw and the auditor controller team for the preparation work that went into developing this list. And I think that it's a good place for us to start. I do think there's probably many other places, and I would just want to, for any other department head or county employee or member of the public who has suggestions or ideas, I think just encourage you to let us know where those opportunities are for some additional sunlight, and maybe we can continue to update and build on this list to make sure that we are upholding the high level of expectation that the public has for us to manage their money. So thank you, Rupa. Thank you, team.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a couple of comments and questions as well. I think often when people hear the word audit, they just get the shivers, that it's, it's very scary. And I know that what you're doing, when you and I've had this conversation over the years, this is an insurance policy in many ways. It's really very helpful so that people can see the good work that they're doing and know exactly how to course correct if things can be done in a better way. So I'm very thankful for that. My question, though, I'll go to Laguna Seca as an example, and then the water recycling agreement as well. I'm thinking about Laguna Seca specifically. About how much time do you think it takes from staff to be able to focus on getting the audit work done? Is one question number one. Question number two is, will you have the opportunity to determine, working with, say, Laguna Seca, exactly what time of year is going to be the best time where they will be able to have staff really focus on it rather than having them, collecting tickets at the front gate of Laguna Seca or something?
So thank you, Supervisor Adams, for those questions. I think first off, our first phase of the audit, so we have that is exactly the reason we have divided our approach in two phases. But our first phase will cover pretty much the contract that the county has with Laguna Seca management company, and review the fiscal provisions, which will encompass expenses paid by the county, revenues received by the county, management fees, and other incentives paid by the county, and pretty much ensuring that there is an oversight and monitoring of the contractor's performance related to this contract. And when I say contractor's performance, it's mostly related to the fiscal provisions. That would be our first phase. And then as time and resources permit, we have also identified that there could be a need to go out and review the internal controls in place at the operations, at the Laguna Seca operations themselves, because they are the primary agent collecting the revenues on the county behalf. They're the primary agent expending the funds on the county behalf, that it is a good idea to review internal controls related to the processes and the system out there at the operations. James, did you want to add anything? Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I think we've for phase one, we put together a more detailed audit program, which is the actual audit steps that we would like to take. And we're looking at probably 4 to 5 months, but that's a rough estimate at this point. With phase one, we don't anticipate a lot of like on-site types of meetings that would require a lot of time of the auditee. But at the same time, we haven't had a chance to meet with them yet. So I think once we start having preliminary meetings, we'll get a better idea from the contractor, but also the department, whether maybe we'll address issues of timing. When would be the most appropriate timing to start the audit?
And you'll work together to make that determination. They'll have some say in it, I guess is what I'm asking, there and water resources as well.
We already have begun that process and working closely with the auditee, our internal stakeholders. And then when James mentioned 4 to 5 months, it's not all for this project. Other projects will be taking place simultaneously.
Good. Thank you. I do not see any other hands raised, so I will go to the public and see if there's any member of the public that wishes to comment on this item. I'm seeing no one, and I'm seeing no one in the chambers coming forward. So if there are no other questions or comments, I will close this item with a great deal of thanks for you bringing this forward. And I cannot recall if we need to have a motion to accept this. No, we will accept it with thanks and welcoming Mr. Lamb.
Thank you very much.
The plan. Okay, sorry. Thank you very much for that. So
Move approval.
thank you.
Second.
Thank you very much. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Lejo? Supervisor Lejo?
Aye.
Thank
Aye.
you. Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Ru Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much for your time.
And Supervisor Adams, to your earlier comment, if I just want to kind of just take it lightly, I wanted to say we are here to help.
Thank you very much.
you.
And with that, we will close item number 11 and move forward to item number 12, which is to receive a presentation of the County of Monterey 2022-23 Equal Opportunity Plan.
Good afternoon, members of the public, members of the board and county colleagues. Thank you for the time to speak with you briefly about the county's Equal Opportunity Plan today. Today, we're joined by Nadia Velarde. She's an Associate Equal Opportunity Analyst with our office, and with Ms. Angela Graylin. She's an EEO Analyst from Biddle Consulting Group. I will pass it on to Ms. Graylin to provide you with the analysis, but I want to situate us as to what we are doing here today. The Equal Opportunity Plan is a county's plan to ensure that our county workforce reflects the population that we serve. And when it comes to women, people of color, veterans, and individuals with disabilities, we are required by federal law to come up with a plan every 2 years to address potential issues that might need a bit more attention from our office and from the county. We take a snapshot of our workforce and calculate how many people in our community are available to do the job, which you'll hear Angela Graylin's call availability, and how many people are hired by the county, which is incumbency. In addition to complying with federal law, this plan helps the county and our office to further the county's policy to promote diversity equity, and inclusion across all county departments by using the Equal Opportunity Plan as a diagnostic tool. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Graylin from Middle Consulting Group to talk about the analysis of the plan.
Thank you, Juan. Good afternoon, members of the board and members of the public. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Give me one moment. And hopefully all of you can see our presentation. Perfect, thank you. I hope everyone's doing well. And again, I thank you for your time and commitment to this important work. I have added my contact information in the slide deck in the event that you have questions that come up after we close this item. Of course, you will have time to ask questions at the end of this presentation as well. So as Juan said, every other year we review the overall workforce demographics to gain a better understanding of the county's current diversity as well as any trends over time. In the chart on the left, females are represented by the orange wedge and they account for roughly 69% of the workforce. In the chart on the right, detailed race percentages are displayed, showing that the county is 72.5% minority or people of color. In both cases, the county has increased representation of the historically disadvantaged groups. We will talk specifics later. In this slide, we are going to start off with first a little bit of background on what the purpose of an equal opportunity or Equal Employment Opportunity Plan, or EEOP, is, since it's more than just a regulatory document created for compliance reasons. It's meant to be a diagnostic tool that accomplishes a set of goals. The first goal is to analyze the county's workforce demographics in terms of gender and race and compare it to the relevant labor market. The idea is to compare what you currently look like to what you quote unquote should look like to determine where the county needs to increase its efforts in removing barriers to equal opportunity for all. In order to do this appropriately, we group all of the employees into subgroups called job groups based on similarities in wage, content, and opportunity. This is more generally referred to as similarly situated employees. Once we have grouped the employees into their job groups, we compare their demographics to the relevant labor market using the census data, narrowed to isolate the data by requisite skill set. So essentially, we can compare the demographic composition of the attorney's job group to the census data for just attorneys. This external factor is then weighted along with internal factors when applicable to accurately reflect the recruitment practices of the county. In other words, how often each of the positions in each job group would be filled by an external hire versus an internal promotion or transfer to calculate the best estimate of availability. We want to ensure that we are truly comparing apples to apples. Once the comparison is made for all job groups, we can identify where the county falls short of the expectation. Here we are showing the comparison for females within their respective job groups. Each job group has a 2-digit code assigned for easier reference. For example, 01 is the highest level of management and 20 is the entry-level service and maintenance. In this chart, the teal represents the actual representation of females in each job group, or as one referred to, the incumbency, whereas the orange is the expectation or that availability calculation. Out of the 20 job groups, there were 8 where the county fell short and will continue to implement plans to make progress towards these areas of opportunity. However, I do want to mention, while this may seem like a lot, that is only because we are viewing it from the most proactive utilization test that flags for any difference. When we shift, as I have here, from a diversity perspective to a compliance perspective, only 3 groups remain where the underutilization is statistically significant. That means that it has a standard deviation of 1.96 or greater. We do the same thing when we are looking at race. In this slide, it graphically displays the same information as the last slide, but instead we are looking at overall minority or people of color comparisons. Again, out of the 20 job groups, this time there were only 3 where the county did not meet expectations. And in this case, none of them are statistically significant. This is an impressive result. Another goal of the Equal Opportunity Plan is to track and make progress towards the selection and retention of protected veterans and individuals with disability. First, we will focus on protected veterans. The charts in this slide showcase the representation of the 2 groups within the county's workforce. Currently, there is a 1.4% veteran representation. The benchmark for protected veterans that the county is working towards is 5.5%. This number is a set standard that reflects the percentage of veterans in the civilian labor force and is reevaluated every year. We can see here that we have opportunities for progress in terms of outreach and recruitment when looking at the applicant data as well as within the selection process. To clarify, when I use the term selections, I am combining both the hires and competitive promotions that were displayed in the previous slide. Now to shift the focus to individuals with disabilities. For individuals with disabilities, there is roughly a 3% county representation. Unlike the protected veteran benchmark, which is recalibrated annually, the disability utilization goal is set at a static 7%. Again, we can see areas of opportunity. While the observed county percentages may seem low, it is important to understand that the employee's self-identification response is completely voluntary, and many of those who do respond choose not to disclose. So obtaining any measurable result is proven to be difficult. I want to add that since the response of the self-identification forms are voluntary, we can reasonably assume that there are more protected veterans and individuals with disabilities in the county's workforce that we don't know about. Actually, not only can we make that assumption for individuals with disabilities, but the National Organization on Disabilities, or NOD, recently published that while recent reports and results from the NOD's annual employment tracker are trending positive with an increase in people with disabilities entering the workforce over the last 12 months, self-identification rates have decreased from 4.09% in 2020 to 3.68% in 2021. So the focus is the same for all counties and public or private sectors employers. The need to foster a feeling of inclusion and openness that will in turn garner a higher response rate for these two sensitive groups. This can be tackled in a number of ways, but employee resource groups are the most common and the most effective. I wanted to share some highlights regarding the plan. Earlier, I showed the overall female and minority representation where the county has areas of opportunity. Since the last Equal Opportunity Plan in 2020, overall female utilization is up 0.6 or 0.6%. For the overall minority groups, utilization is up almost 3%. You can see that we are above what similar counties are reporting. Something to be aware of as these new shortfalls is that some of these new shortfalls may in actuality be markers of progress. As mentioned previously, job groups are in part defined by level or opportunity. So if a more entry-level job serves as a feeder for a middle or upper-level job group, meaning that it regularly promotes or transfers employees into the target job group, then when its demographics change, the availability for the group it feeds into shifts in turn. The action plans in response to these placement goals may instead choose to focus on retention rather than recruitment and may just need to play out over a matter of time. We didn't talk much about the actual selection processes for the county, but it is a major component of the Equal Opportunity Plan. We monitor in granular detail the hiring, promotion, and termination processes to ensure no particular group is systemically negatively impacted by the county's decisions. We are happy to report that we found no areas of patterns or trends when analyzing females and total minorities. And last but not least, we briefly discussed the low self-identification response rates earlier. The county, when being compared to other public and private entities, falls above average on overall response rate. Moving forward, much of the progress in this arena will come down to incremental shifts in perception sustained by leadership values and the championing of diversity and inclusion for intrinsic and extrinsic benefits that they bring to your organization. Thank you for your time this afternoon. If you have any questions for the Civil Rights Office or myself, we are happy to address those now. Otherwise, please feel free to reach out using my contact information provided in this presentation.
And Madam Chair, if I might, that's the diagnostic piece of the tool. If I may spend 5 minutes on what the plan to tackle those issues briefly. We continue with our efforts to work with the Human Resource Department and other departments to promote equal opportunity. Currently, we are working with HR on an interview panelist database where people from our community sign up as volunteers to serve as interview panelists depending on their work and life experience. We are also discussing with HR and the Military and Veterans Affairs Office to partner to explain to our workforce the importance of disclosing anonymously whether they are a veteran or an individual with a disability. This plan also includes a couple of new items. The first is a collaboration, and I believe Jason Cameron, our Military and Veterans Affairs Officer, is on Zoom right now too. The first is our collaboration with the Military and Veterans Affairs Office to help with outreach to our local veteran community. We anticipate this will increase the number of veterans and individuals that apply to county jobs, which will translate in their hiring in greater numbers. We are also working very closely with the Equal Opportunity and Civil Rights Advisory Commission, composed of community volunteers, to review every equal opportunity plan at the department level and suggest improvements if needed. Unlike the county, this plan that you're reviewing today requires that every department submit an equal opportunity plan yearly to the commission by March 31st. This last November, we officially launched our Employee Resource Group program. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Velarde from the Civil Rights Office to briefly explain our efforts in this area.
Thank you, Juan. And good afternoon, everyone. So employee resource groups, also referred to as affinity groups, at its center really aim to foster inclusivity and build community within the county. They are employee-led groups that are supporting learning and development by really offering formal and at times informal leadership opportunities, and they're really increasing the visibility for employees. Since our launch last November, we have our first ERG. We have our LGBTQ+ professionals, which is the county's, we're happy to say, as the county's first ERG. We're also in the early stages of the development of a neurodiverse group. And there's also been a lot of interest in the formation of a veterans group as well. We believe that with these groups, this county will not only foster community and inclusivity, but it will really help us with retention and having employees promote if that is their interest. But at a minimum, we really believe that these groups are a vital source of information to bring us closer to solutions for a more equitable workplace for all county employees.
And with that, Madam Chair, thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer questions if the public or the board has any.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodriguez. Is there any member of the board who would like to ask questions at this point?
I have a comment. But
Yes,
no
thank you.
Yeah, historically, I've been around here a little longer than some. But when I came here, so I have to, I kind of look at it from that perspective of how far we've come here in Monterey County, and I am impressed with where we have been with women and minorities. When I started in the DA's office 51 years ago, we didn't have one woman as a deputy DA, and we didn't have one minority. We had one investigator who was a minority, and we needed much more because he was getting called out every time when we needed someone to talk to witnesses, and we'd be out there nowhere. And he used to get mad at us because we had to call him out on his time off. And looking at department heads, I see two department heads here who wouldn't have existed then, because I don't remember one woman or one minority who was a department head in Monterey County at that time. So looking at our numbers here, and there's some places where we could improve, but I'm pretty impressed with Monterey County, and that hasn't been by accident. I think we've done a good job of making sure that did happen. The place that maybe we could improve a little bit is the veterans, and we were doing pretty good on that. I mean, I can't remember one bailiff I ever have in my court that wasn't retired military, and so many of the people working the Department of Corrections were retired military, but I think we probably could work a little harder in supporting our veterans once they leave the service. But those are just my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Lopez, Supervisor Askew, your hand is up.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for I think that most interesting to me are the different segmented groups so that we really are sort of comparing apples to apples. And I think one of the things that was most eye-opening to me, and I'm assuming that this is a slightly different assessment than what's accounted for and how this report did it. But at one point realizing that when we were raising the minimum wage in Monterey County to meet the state required increases, that I think it was 9 out of 10 of the lowest paid county employees were all women. And I thought, well, that's telling, and it's an indicator. So we then pulled up who the 10 highest paid county employees were, and they were all men. So I think that there is still additional digging to do in terms of how we're looking at this data. I think that identifying the fact that we have, was it 60, I don't have the number in front of me, 67% of our workforce is female. And what is the total percentage of salary and benefits that generates towards our female workforce? I would venture to say it's significantly less than 67%, but I would love to be proven wrong on that point. So I do think this is a good start for how we look at and track equality, but I think that there's quite a bit more that we need to be looking at and reporting on publicly, even if it shows that there's room for improvement. I think that we owe it to our workers and our public to be really transparent about what exists in terms of equity in our county workforce and for opportunity, and then to get really intentional about how we close those gaps. So thank you for this first step, and I would ask that we continue to dig and report out publicly on sort of the rest of the story that we know is underneath this initial set of data. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Root Askew. And I really concur with what you've said. To Supervisor Phillips, I would say I'm happy to hear the changes that have taken place in the last 51 years. And I think it is up to us, it's our responsibility now to ensure that we don't go backwards. That's absolutely important, that we do not go backwards. The other thing I wanted to comment on is I think these metrics and the data is really important, because as the emerging younger workforce comes out, these are the kinds of things that they look at when they're trying to determine where would they like to work. And they look in, they dig into the kinds of data that we have and what sort of a workplace are we? How do we value women in the workplace? And, is it a fair and equitable place to work? So as the workforce now is more choosy and as the pool of workers is less, I think that this kind of data can really be helpful for us. And it should be the kind of thing, as Supervisor Askew indicated, that we need to drill in and be deep about it, and then promote and publicize the good work that is going on in our county. Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairperson. And to your point and to Supervisor Askew's point, this information has been available on our website for at least 2-3 years now. And the other thing that is not a compliance thing, but we also make available to the public, is those yearly department equal opportunity plans. So all that data has been available to the public, and we certainly will drill down on the data. And I look forward to proving you wrong, Supervisor Askew, or asking for your support to come up with a fix. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And I see Supervisor Alejo does not have his hand up. Is there any member of the public that would like to make comment, either here? Yes, Ms. Ramirez-Bell, our head of HR.
So great presentation, Juan. But I do want to make a comment that past history, when I was your former equal opportunity officer, we had wonderful statistical data that indicated we were making progress. And what I have seen with Juan's numbers is that we are steadily increasing the numbers. They may be slightly increasing, but they are increasing. And the partnership that Juan and I have is great in the sense that every opportunity that we get to talk about how can we do process improvement, we are doing that. And he mentioned to you about the new screening portal that we are creating for individuals to help us assist in screening those applications that look like whether it's women and people of color. So we're very excited to bring that very much in the near future. I want to say in June is the target date to release that screening portal. So Juan and I will continue to partner. We will use our HR professionals out there in the departments to continue to assist us because they are our eyes and ears as we do our recruitment process. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Ramirez-Bao. And I am seeing no additional hands up, nor do I see any hands online up. So with that, I will be happy for us to accept the presentation. I do not believe that we are requiring action here. We're receiving the presentation.
Actually, well, I'll defer to County Council.
I just love it that our county council digs deep. So
Move staff recommendation.
thank you very much.
Second.
Thank you very much. So could we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Leho,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. The motion carries. And with that, we will close item number 12 and move on to item 13, which is to receive a presentation from the Department of Social Services on child welfare services provided in Monterey County. We have a wonderful cadre of people coming forward to do the presentation for us.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Lori Medina, Director of Social Services. With me is our Deputy Director of Social Services over Family and Children's Services, which is the child welfare organization for the county, Laura Neal. And then to her right is Chelsea Chacon, one of our management analysts who helps us with a lot of our background work, data, program development, et cetera. So thank you for the opportunity. We're coming to you today to give you a presentation on really an overview of child welfare services in Monterey County. We haven't been before you for several years to give you an update on what we're up to, who we're serving, what our population looks like. So we wanted to provide that overview for you today and have an opportunity to have some dialogue for any other questions that you may have. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Laura Neal.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much for the time today. And we're excited to share our information with you. We have the PowerPoint up. So we'll do, the next slide. We're going to do a presentation, just an overview, like Lori said, of the staffing and the services that we offer, and allow for you to have questions because we have data points that I'm assuming you have questions about. But before I do that, I want to acknowledge the staff of Family and Children's Services. Child welfare is a very difficult work. It's very challenging. There's a lot of exposure to trauma, and turnover is common in child welfare across the country, within California, within Monterey. And then there was COVID, and COVID made it very difficult for our social workers across the country. In California, we were losing social workers a lot in the field due to the pandemic. Because social workers were going out into the field, protecting children while people were sheltering in place, exposing their own families to COVID. They were getting COVID themselves. So it was a really, really challenging time for our staff. And I just want to acknowledge the tough and difficult work that they went through, and they came over on the other side, and they're doing really wonderful work. There's some data slides in the presentation that I'm assuming you'll have some questions about. So I want to make the point that we have some staffing challenges. We have some leave of absences. We have a cycle that happens in our emergency response units. And the data points, it's not because our staff aren't doing the best that they can. They're doing the best that they possibly can. We need more staff to get the work done. So I just wanted to set that context for you in terms of some of the data points that I'm going to share with you. Next slide, please. So we're going to start with our intake emergency response, which go by ER, Court and Voluntary Services. So our intake unit, you can see on the left-hand side the number of staff that are assigned. I'm going to talk specifically about this program and the services that our units offer to our families. Our intake unit is our hotline. That is mandated federally to exist in every county across the country. We have to be available to our mandated reporters, to our members of our community 24/7, every minute of the day. So we have our staff, we have 6 social workers that do all of our screening. and they work 8 to 5. And then we have our standby crew that comes on from 5 until 8 a.m. the next day, weekends and holidays. So we work all the time in the field responding to our mandated reporters. This is a very critical area of the agency because they're making life and death decisions for children. Our mandated reporters and our community members report suspicion of child abuse and neglect. They have a very short period of time to make those decisions. And we have what we call an algorithm as a structured decision-making tool that helps put context into the decision, but it's very challenging. And you can see that on average, we have 433 calls to our intake. That's an average. There's months when we have more. We have 6 social workers. Now, if every social worker never took a vacation day or never took a sick leave, we would have an average of 72 calls per social worker. But the reality is they take vacation days, they have sick time, and they go on leave of absences. So the number that they screen in on a daily basis is oftentimes more than 72 calls. So that's a lot of decisions, and we have what's called decision fatigue in child welfare. So when they have to make these decisions in a short amount of time with limited experience, that exhausts them emotionally and physically at times. So we have some leave of absence that occur in this area as well. Okay, next slide, please. You can see through the graph here how we're increasing our calls to our hotline. Now we've done, more mandated reporting training. So obviously when we do more information to the community, we're going to receive more calls, which is what we want to do. We want to know about the children who are at risk. But obviously in March of this year, we had an all-time high of 551 calls to our intake. That's a lot of calls. They have the option to do 3 things. Go to the next screen, please. They can do an evaluate out. An evaluate out means that the information that we're receiving from the community doesn't meet the threshold of a referral. There's just not enough information to go and do an investigation, because we have to recognize when we go into a family, it's very invasive as well, and it could be very traumatic to the children as well. So our ER units have to do, they either do an evaluate out, or if there's information that comes to them, that we have to go out immediately because the child is in immediate danger, and we go immediately. The screeners at our intake make those decisions, or they make a decision to screen in for 24 hours. So we have to go out within 24 hours or 10 days. And then those referrals are deemed within that context and then assigned to our emergency response units. You can see over to the left that we have 15 social workers allocated to this area. Now, supervisors, I've been here for a little bit over 2 years. I have never seen a day where we've had 15 social workers to receive these referrals. This is our real challenging area right here. And it's an area that we really need to pay attention to. So our social workers in our emergency response units have 30 days. That's a federal mandate. Every county within the whole country has to close emergency referral within 30 days. The social workers have to do everything that's listed here, make in-person contact, see the children, meet with the collaterals, enter their documentation. Many of you know in social work, if it's not documented, it didn't happen. So that's a big piece of the work that they have to do as well. And they have to submit that to the supervisor for the final disposition within 30 days. So you see there's an average of 160 referrals per month, which comes out to 10 referrals per social worker. That's great, but we can't get there, because we have this cycle of what happens in our emergency response teams, especially during COVID. But historically, within Monterey, there's been a lot of vacancies within this area. So it's an area that I'm paying a lot of attention to. 160 referrals, 15 social workers, 10 referrals a month. There were a couple months in the winter, we had 3 and 4 social workers only to respond to these referrals, because what was happening is they get overwhelmed, they get drained emotionally, they get drained physically, they get exposed to COVID, they have family members that have COVID, they have to take leave of absences. And so what that does is it leaves the social workers present who are taking the referrals. They then become overburdened because we have to respond to these referrals. We're mandated by the law to do that. So we can't just put them away until people come back. So it overburdens the social workers that are presently working. And then what happens to them? They get tired and overwhelmed and they take a leave of absence. So we have this cycle that's going on. The thing about emergency response units is the vacancies are low there right now. And so the staff that are present these are folks that really care about this work. They are the emergency response social workers that day in and day out protect children. They work all day long, all night long. And so I just want to make that point that they have a very challenging job. They are going into homes where they don't know what's on the other side of the door. They're the first point of contact physically with the families. And we've got a lot of families that have drug issues, domestic violence. And so that's a risky role for our social workers. And you can see that at the bottom of the screen here, we don't, on a day-to-day basis, we don't have enough social workers to take those referrals. And you can see it play out in the data right there. Nearly 35% of our families receive another referral to intake within 3 months of that investigation. So what that tells us is our social workers are doing the work, but we're not doing it thoroughly enough. So we're going in there, and I know the social workers, what they're experiencing. They go to the home, they know in their head or on their phone, I've got another referral waiting for me back at the office because we don't have enough folks to take the referrals. So it impacts the families. So when we have 35% of our families return to intake within 3 months of a previous investigation, that's horrific for the families because one, we're re-traumatizing them by having to tell their story, especially the children, over again. And it's very difficult on the social workers as well. So I just want to make the point here that this is an area that we're paying a lot of attention to because of the staffing challenges. And so we really need to be concerned about this area. And it's not that the staff aren't doing the best they can. They are doing the very best they can. Our supervisors, all of the support staff, the OAs and the SSAs, they're all chipping in to help. There was a point in our emergency response units about 4 months ago when I had to bring people from the other end of the agency just to cover the referrals. I even had some of our analysts team members closing referrals for us just to stay in somewhat compliance. We had our folks from our back end, from our family reunification units, volunteering to help our ER units. So, we're a team and we know that we're all in this together. But again, I just want to reiterate the concern that I have for this area. Thank you. And then again, the data speaks volumes, right? That the data is our grade card. And these are the data points that I'm assuming you're going to have some questions for. So 38.8% of the families to whom we need to initiate an investigation, we're not doing it timely. 38.8%. So if it was a 24-hour or a 10-day, we're missing that time frame. You can see at the bottom slide, 40% of the children that we need to initiate contact with, we're not doing that timely either. Documentation. Staff love to hear that from me, but it is a critical part of the work that we do. And so you can see we're not timely in our documentation. And really, when it's not documented, it looks as though it didn't exist. And so it's a real area of concern for myself and for Lori too. So we're not in compliance with our contacts either. And this is the other one, the emergency response time to close a referral. The federal law says 30 days. We are open way beyond that. We just can't get to the closure because they're going to initiate. So they might have 15 to close, but they have 3 that they have to go initiate. So what's the priority? The priority is we have to go out there and initiate that investigation. So they get backlogged, these referrals, and we don't have enough staff to accomplish that. There is a little bit of liability in this space as well. I just want to be forthright about this. When we have an open referral and we've concluded the referral, but it's still open to the agency, yet we're not making contact, that could be problematic for us. And so this is why I'm paying a lot of attention to this area. Thank you, Chelsea. And so once our emergency response social workers and supervisors make that determination, they've concluded their investigation, they have 3 options. One is it's unfounded. There's absolutely no information, no evidence to support the allegation. Or the other option is it's inconclusive, meaning we don't have quite enough to say yes, or we don't have quite enough to say no. And we'll often refer those families out for community services, as well as the unfounded, if they so choose to participate. And then we have substantiated. And those are the children we have been able to substantiate that abuse and neglect indeed happened. And so the emergency response worker will then go ensure that we have the custody order. We'll place the child, and then the family file gets immediately transferred over to the court unit. And this court unit has a lot to do in 2 months. As you can see, the jurisdiction dispositional report has to be done and submitted to the court within 30 days of removal. They have to first, investigate the allegation to ensure the jurisdiction is correct, and then to make dispositional recommendations in terms of placement options for our children. They develop the case plan with the family, and our kids 10 years and older get to participate in the case plan development, and their voice is heard as well. Our social workers here, when children are removed from their parents, they're removed from their communities, they're removed from their friends, they're removed from their churches, from their schools. And so we have to get these kids and parents visiting as soon as possible. So they work on the visitation with the parents and children. We have a court officer. The court officer, she has an incredible relationship with the court and the judges. She files all of the warrants for our emergency response teams, and then she maintains the calendar for all of our back-end ongoing units. So she's very busy making sure that all of our social workers are keeping up with their court schedules and making sure that we're in compliance with the courts. Okay, thank you. And this is a snapshot of our cases within the court unit. So 8 within 1 month doesn't sound like a lot, but we need those social workers to get that work done because it's very time restricted, and we've got to do a lot of steps to get to that point where we can transfer to our family reunification units. So most of them get transferred to our family reunification units under the 3 months. We have one that was longer than that, but that's because the parents appealed and it was a contested hearing. So they kept the case in that court unit longer, so it wouldn't be sent to another social worker. Family stabilization unit. This is another option. This is an area that has potential for a lot of growth and development, creativity, and program development. These are our families that carry a lot of safety threats, meaning the parents are probably abusing drugs. There's probably some intimate violence going on, partner violence in the home. And I want to back up. I forgot one piece. I need to share something. We instituted in November of 2020 what's called a pre-custodial child and family team meeting. So before any child can be removed from a family, our staff have to go through the pre-custodial child and family team meeting. We can never remove children just on our own without going through that process, and then with the police or with a warrant. So all our critical decisions are made at a child and family team meeting. And what's happened as a result of that practice change in November of 2020, we're getting so many more family members at that table for our emergency response section, participating in the planning for the families. So it's not us telling families, it's the families telling us how we can help them, because we believe that's the best way to work with our families. They have to fully volunteer for the program. There are safety threats. Now, safety threats are here and now, where there's a perpetrator who has access to the child. A risk factor in child welfare is there's certain things that exist in the family that might cause a safety threat, meaning maybe the father is out of the home and he's abusing meth, but we don't always know when he's going to come in and out. So that's a potential risk factor. This is an area called secondary prevention. Primary prevention is trying to keep families from coming to our front door. Secondary prevention is getting families through this program and then stopping it there, because we don't want them to get further into our system by having to remove them from their families. So we work very hard and very diligently in this area. We have 5 social workers right now. We have a vacancy in this area. And they go out there weekly with the families to ensure that safety and the services are being, provided and monitored because of those safety threats. And so they average about 12.3 cases per social worker. Okay, next slide, please. I'm going to have to hurry it up here. I'm just getting a note from Lori, speed it up. So risk level for voluntary families, you can see right here in the data, we've got low, but the majority of those families are high and very high. But that is a good thing, supervisors, because we're working with families and we're keeping children in their home, with their parents, with their siblings, in their community, with their church. So this is okay. We're very proud of this work here that they do. Next slide. Okay, resource family approval. I'll go through these pretty quickly now because I want to save time for your questions. Go ahead, Chelsea. Thank you. So resource family approval unit. These are our foster families. This is the first point of entry that any volunteers from the community that want to come be our foster parents. So retention of social workers is just like retention of foster parents. Support is everything. So we have to really provide a lot of support to our families. They do the training, they do the emergency placements. So we're allowed to place children with relatives who are not certified yet. They have to eventually, but so our RFA unit does those emergency placements. So because we want to get children placed with their relatives immediately, we don't want to add placements for kids. So we want to get them with relatives for the first time, first placement. Next one. And then we're behind on this. We've had some leave of absences in this unit. We should be at 120 days to approve. So we're behind on this one as well. Next one. Resource parents are necessary. I want you to see that we've got an analyst under Chelsea who does the recruitment. We need families for sibling groups and teenagers with special needs. Resource support unit. These are our social workers and supervisors that support our foster parents. And we have 203 approved foster homes today. That changes almost every day. It's fluid. Something that I want to pay close attention to is the foster placement disruptions. The data and the research shows that when children have one placement while in foster care, their permanency outcomes are very good. They reunify and they don't re-enter. So we put a lot of effort in preventing children from disrupting from their foster placements, because when they have multiple placements, that leads to very poor outcomes for children, educationally, developmentally, emotionally, intellectually. They kind of get stuck. So go ahead. Next, they do the annual reviews. This is our placement data. So family foster home, we don't use those anymore because it's now in California, we call them resource homes. Group homes, we have 5. We'll have a slide on that to brag on our staff on that one. The next one is, these are our youth. There's 34 who are placed with relatives, but out of state. So our staff have done a great job of making sure that we have relatives out of state. We're sending our kids there. And something that I'm especially proud of for our staff, 27% of our resource homes, we have 79 resource homes with 79 children placed in our resource homes. 27% of those resource homes are relatives. That's almost doubled in a year. And so we plan to double that each year. We want to make that where most of our kids are living with relatives. And our pre-custodial CFT process has helped to improve that, because we're bringing the families into that process. Foster family agencies, those are the private agencies, the treatment foster agencies, intensive foster care agencies, guardian or voluntary with the court, with the probate court, and the guardian homes are with the dependency court, with juvenile, the family court, and those are legal custody cases where children live with family members through a legal custody order. Okay, go on. I just want to brag real quickly here. The outcomes for children that live in congregate settings and group placements are really, really poor. And usually more boys of color are placed in these settings, and their outcomes are usually very bad. They end up staying in these placements for long. They end up in criminal behavior. They don't improve their behavior. Our staff at FCS, in March of 20, we had 35 kids placed in those congregate settings. We have 5 today. Our staff moved all of those children into family homes and made a huge difference for those kids. So I just wanted to point that out for the wonderful work that our staff are doing in that area. Okay, family reunification and family maintenance. So when the court unit does their paperwork and process, you can change the slide, they send it over to the family reunification units. And these are our units where they work very intensely with our birth parents and the children to reunify the families back to their communities. The families, the parents have 6 to 24 months, no more than 24 months. The problem that we have in this area is we have a good portion of our families come to us and lose custody of their children because of intimate partner violence and because of substance abuse. We're seeing more and more babies born exposed to fentanyl and methamphetamines. Our families are needing this service, and there's a waiting list. We don't have enough substance dependency services for our community, and specifically for our families and family and children services. So that delays the reunification process. It costs more money in the long run. So the case plan is driven by the needs of the family. It's individualized, and they work with the social workers. The visitation, our SSAs are out there in the community, in the parent homes, doing the visitation with the parent and children. We have supervised visits, and as the parents make progression on their case plan, those visitations open up more to unsupervised supervised, overnights, and eventually home. They do monthly home visits. Our families have a 3-month. Every 3 months, they have a child and family team review. So it's their opportunity to tell us what we need to do better for them. It's an opportunity for us to find out what we can do differently for them as well. Currently, we have 79 cases open, 11 cases per social worker. The court-appointed special advocates, those are our partners, right? And they're a third party by the court. They do a private investigation. They give best interest recommendations. Sometimes they agree with us, sometimes they don't, but that's okay. We have a good relationship with them. And when we disagree and we conclude, we know that we've got a good outcome for kids. And family finding, I just want to say it's a part of what we do. It's okay, Kelsey. From the minute from intake all the way through closure, we're constantly looking for more family members. Okay, you can change that now. Reunification data, quickly here, we had 3 reunify in the month of March. We have a rate of about 50%. We've got to get better here. But a lot of that, again, is driven by the services or lack thereof. And so I feel bad for the families who want to reunify with their children, but they can't because they're on a waiting list for services. Family maintenance. So when a child is reunified with their parents, it goes into family maintenance because we recognize that some risk factors and safety threats might start to exist. Parents haven't had the kids for maybe 18 months, are clean and sober now, children come home. You know, some things start to elevate there a little bit. So we want to ensure that we're giving them that consistency of service. So we'll maintain an open case with those families called family maintenance. And you can see we hold on to them a little bit longer than 6 months oftentimes, but that's what that is for, to give that extra guidance and support to families before we close them out. Next slide. Adoptions. When we can't reunify with their parents, we can either do adoption through family members or general folks from the community. So we've got the staff on the left-hand side. The federal prioritization for adoption placement is siblings always together. If we can't keep the children with their parents, at least keep them with their brothers and sisters. We always want to place kids with relatives or with non-relatives, but have a familiar relationship with the children because that's best for children. Resource parent adoption. If it's a resource parent who's had the children and the children become available for adoption, that person, if there's no other relatives, gets to adopt the child. So we don't have to move the children. Post-finalization, adoption assistance programs. And we have the 45 non-related legal guardianships. California is one of the unique states in the country with this. When we transfer legal custody to a family member, most states close it and let the family go on in life, in their future. But in California, we're mandated to go to those homes twice a year. Okay, next slide. And then here's our averages. We have a monthly average of 4. Our overall numbers for availability for adoptions are going down because we're doing more prevention and keeping more children at home. Permanency planning. So this is our permanency planning unit. These are the kids that don't have a family. These are the kids that sadly were their parents. And we don't make good parents. So we have a supervisor. These social workers, they travel all over the state to see these kids. They drive their cars, they take planes, they see these kids every single month. You can see the services that we have for these kids. We're constantly reaching out to find networks for them so they don't rely on the system. You can see the numbers of averages. Okay, go ahead, Chelsea. And then teens with no permanent plan. There's 33 kids in Monterey County that don't have a family, that don't have a plan, that we are their plan. And that's our non-minor dependents. These are the kids that have come through foster care at age 18. They can switch over to non-minor dependents. They have to be in foster care on their 18th birthday to qualify. And we provide them a lot of wonderful services. They have to do their transitional independent living plan. The staff work really, really closely with them as well. Okay, Chelsea. And here's some of our data points. We had 7 youth who extended their foster care, which is a good thing because of those 7, they didn't have family. You know, at 18, a lot of kids say, I'm out of here at 18, right? But we've got 7 kids that recognize that, you know what, they can benefit from sticking around with us, which is what we want our kids to do. And 3 emancipated at age 18. So we weren't able to keep those 3. So we don't know where they went. Reasons for exiting foster care. Our 2 top are adoption and reunification, and that's success. And yay to our staff for doing that. Our family reunification units and our adoption units are working hard to ensure our kids have permanency. Okay. Family First Preservation, this is the last slide. I just want to make you aware of Family First Preservation Services Act. So in child welfare for years, Lori and I have been in child welfare for 35 years, I think 70 collectively, right? It's a lot of time. But for years, child welfare gave money to, or the federal government gave money to the systems for more children. If you have foster kids, we give you money. So in 2018, we finally said, hey, let's switch that around. Let's use that money and give the states prevention dollars. So the Title IV dollars are now available to, if we can show the government that we prevented children from entering our system by the utilization of evidence-based services that are on the federal clearinghouse, we can get money from the federal government. So this is an area of potential growth. It's an area that we, Family and Children Services, have to move in terms of identifying and securing evidence-based programs and services for our families so we can utilize Family First Preservation Services Act. I did it. That was the last slide. Questions?
Thank you, Laura. And she was under a lot of pressure for me. I know it's a lot of information, but we really wanted to get to some opportunity to answer questions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura. It's so clear that your passion is just really deep. I very much appreciate the work that you do because it has to be heartrending. And your presentation really pulled me just right in. And I thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now I'll turn to my colleagues. Yes, Mr. Lopez.
Question. We heard a lot about what the units look like in terms of how they're constructed and built. My question is, what are current vacancy rates within the department? What are you seeing in terms of that stress on staff in terms of when they leave, are we asking the question, where are you going? Are you staying within the field or are you burned out to the point that you're done with the work?
Thank you. Good question. Thank you. Right now we have 9 vacancies, but I do want to say that we've hired 19 social workers in 2 years. So California, the whole state, the whole country was hurting during the pandemic. People were leaving the field. Brett, Neal, and I developed some strategies to recruit and onboard. And in fact, the state asked us to present to other counties across the country because we were one of the only counties that was hiring social workers. So we have hired 19. We have 9 vacancies though. And I'm paying very close attention to why they're leaving. A lot of them are leaving to relocate, go to a different field, go to become a school counselor, go become a teacher. They want to exit the field together. So we have vacancies. We have 13 service units. And of the 13 service units, there's only 3 without vacancies. So we're constant. We have a training supervisor. So we're constantly onboarding our staff, but we recognize that it's the staff retention that is going to help our emergency response units to stabilize. So we've got to get the staff in and stabilize.
The other thing I would just mention on top of the vacancies, we do recognize, and this has been a historical thing, we've had a pretty consistent leave rate as well. So when you couple that on top of the vacancies, it really kind of significantly impacts your staffing. And so some of the strategies that we've been using around open, competitive, continuous recruitment so that we can stay ahead of the vacancies that we know are going to happen, so that we can onboard people more expeditiously. And the next thing we're looking at is an ability to overstaff because we do know we're going to have to onboard people anyway. So we're trying to do that before we end up with large vacancies. We've had over the last couple of years, any range of 7 to 14 vacancies at a time. And that doesn't include the leaves.
Thank you. My last comment will just be that I really enjoyed the presentation, but it was really long, 37 slides. As I reviewed it this weekend, I think it'd be great in the future to break out some of them and get more regular updates on some of the different portions. Specifically, one of the big questions I often get asked when people learn about the crisis that we're facing in this field is how can I help? And I saw it mentioned on a slide, but we couldn't go in depth on it. But CASA, the Court Appointed Special Advocates, I think it'd be great to bring back a presentation on maybe that program to the Health and Human Services Committee. And if once it's sharpened up, maybe bring it back to the full board so that the public's aware of what role they can play to help these kids that really need somebody in their corner. Thank you.
It's a great point, Chris. It was really, really important. I'm not seeing any other supervisors' hands up. This Supervisor Rudetsky.
Thank you so much for the presentation. There is, I think it's clear that the work that happens within Family and Children's Services is challenging deeply for everyone involved. And so I just recognize that and want to acknowledge our county folks that are that are engaging in that space of heartbreak and hopefully reward on a daily basis. I have so many questions, and I think given and maybe I'll just try to a couple of big picture highlights. So you are requesting 10 social work positions and 1 supervisor position as part of our budget process. Where would those positions fit within the divisions that you presented today?
Thank you for asking that question. In our intake units and our emergency response units, we want to add maybe 3 to 4 more social workers to our intake unit and then create another emergency response unit. And there's been some suggestions from the staff because we want to listen to the staff because they have the best ideas to make one of that unit maybe just a 10-day unit. So then the other units are focusing on our immediate response referrals. So because it's difficult as emergency response social worker to have a mixed caseload. They have a caseload of emergency response referrals and then 10-day referrals. So it's a lot to juggle in their head. So there's some suggestions to do that, but we would create another unit with more staff and we could level out and get to 10 families per social worker.
Okay, which would help us address, I don't know, the slides aren't numbered, but I mean, it's concerning to see that we're so far out of compliance in terms of the time to investigation, both by referral and by child. And then there was another one, the ER time to referral closure at 70%, which is twice of what, or more than 60 days being 70%, which is at least twice over what you explained that the state requires of us. Okay, just want to make sure I understood where that fit into this presentation. And I think sometimes when we have budget requests, it's hard when we don't have all of the context around, what are these folks doing? Why is the request being made? So this is super relevant context for me, at least, to understand where this fits in and why it's going to be necessary for the county to fulfill our obligation to children. In terms of additional information, and I have lots of questions about the data that was presented, but I do think that this is, it is a fundamental responsibility of the county foster care systems and child welfare systems. And I would like to ask that we get more regular updates on the work that's happening, on the gaps that exist, and within specifically, I would like to really make sure that I've fully understand the funding mechanisms around these systems. Where does the money come from? Who has responsibility for what? What generates leverage dollars? How are we tracking all of that? So really like a deep dive into the finances. I'm also very interested in, we talked about sort of the what of what happens within child and family services, but there are very specific mandates and oversight that the state has to ensure that we're fulfilling our obligations. I think it would be really important for myself and this board to be briefed on the specific responsibilities that we hold in the seats that we sit in terms of, when you say these are, however many children it was who we are their guardians, what exactly does that mean and what exactly does that require of us? And are we, show me the ways in which we're fulfilling our obligation to these children to make sure that they, have housing, have education, have, I know how I care for my child, and I want to make sure that I'm caring for these children and with the same level of diligence and of care and love. So that would be a request for future information. And then when you talk about staff retention, I think that, we're having this conversation all over the place, and the issue of burnout has always been a challenge everywhere. But given what everyone has been through the past 2 years, I'm seeing the reality of burnout play out in spaces where we really are counting on people and they physically can't continue to show up in the way that they have under the stresses that they have. And I think it's going to force, in many businesses, so it means they scale back a product line or they readjust their service delivery mechanism. We do not have that luxury to scale back a service line or to scale down. Our obligation is to the children and the families who are in Monterey County who need our response. And so I'm really interested in trying to understand, what does retention look like in the spaces where we have absolutely critical services being provided. And I would argue that this is one of the most critical services that we have being provided in Monterey County as an obligation and mandate of the county. So I'm one of 5 votes, but I know that my colleagues care about our kids in Monterey County. And we need you to tell us, we need our staff to tell us what actions we need to be taking to consider for retention of critical, mission critical, fundamentally, this is fundamental to life and health and safety. Let us know what you need in order to ensure that we not just retain employees, but retain employees with capacity that isn't fully burnt out, so that they can continue to show up to work and do the job that we are counting on them to do. So I look forward to more information and answers to these additional questions. Whether we do that, the last question would be, we have a health committee and a human services committee. So I'm not sure if that's something that we ask the Health and Human Services Committee to receive more regular updates. I don't sit on that committee, but I'm very interested in the information as well. Or if there's some other mechanism by which the board can be kept apprised on a more detailed and regular basis. So I would ask you, Director Medina, for your recommendation about the best way to keep us informed, because this is really important. And I just, again, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the work you're doing. And I think it's, I'm glad that we had a chance to show some sunlight and let the public know also how critical some of these county functions are. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. And as you mentioned, we do have the Health, Housing, and Human Services Committee. And actually, preceding this presentation to the full board, that's kind of how we started this journey, with a preliminary presentation to that committee. So I think, we're really happy to bring back regular reports to that committee, if that's the will of the board, and then let the committee decide at what point those issues get forwarded to the full board.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew, for your questions and comments.
Yeah, I just, where do you recruit people from, and what kind of training do they need? And is our local university, are they working to help us?
We definitely work with the universities, and we've done, we're doing recruitment through social media. That really added a lot of, we have some folks that came from Oklahoma, from different states that we've employed now. So yeah, our HR has done social media recruitment all throughout the state. They also developed a QR code. So all I have to do is scan it, and then you can go right into the application. So it makes it quicker and easier to access. I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
Lots of different associations and networks, all of the different, County Welfare Directors Association, National Association of Social Workers, Latina Social Work Network, the Black Social Work Association. I mean, we are really, that's one of the things that we are doing, investing some of our internal dollars. So not just using the merit system, which is the normal way that counties recruit social workers. We're also paying other outreach entities, Indeed, all of the different networks to reach, LinkedIn, to reach a broader constituency and recruitment.
Do the universities have a degree in social?
Yes, we actually take bachelor's level folks who are just kind of generalists, and then masters of social work as well. We get a lot of applicants from CSUMB. There are some students that also go to Santa Cruz or San Jose State, but live in this community. And so of course we love snapping those folks up. So yeah, and also we actually get some of our eligibility staff who actually really want to become social workers. And so we do some internal recruitment as kind of a career path for some of our staff who are trying to make that career journey.
Thank you.
And I do want to add that 50% of our staff in our emergency response units have to have a master's degree in social work. That's required.
Thank you for that. Whew. So let's see. I do not see any other hands. Supervisor Alejo, any comment on this item? Hearing nothing, I will go out to the public and see if there's any member of the public that would like to comment on this item. And you will have 1 minute, 30 seconds for this. Thank you.
Cool. Hello, everyone. Not only am I a social worker, but I'm also the vice president of SEIU. We did want to talk about something that Supervisor Rudescu mentioned, which is the budget augmentation. I realize that it's a very large augmentation. However, we are in favor of it. As someone who not only works in this department, but also oversees all of much of your labor force, we understand the fact that, and I'm going to be blunt because Lori and Laura did not mention this, we can sever fundamental rights. The right to be a parent, parental rights, is something that our department can make recommendations to the court to have those severed. You need individuals who are well educated, but also rested, able to be thinking correctly, because if not, that is a civil rights lawsuit, and that is hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so we really want to emphasize that this is not positions that can be covered by a temp. These are people that need to be well-trained, well-educated. It takes over 2 years, according to our training agencies in child welfare, to be able to be fully trained and able to make these decisions. We have made strides. As of last August, we had 21 vacancies, but we were also 9% under market. Now with our new compensation philosophy, we're still at the lower end of that. There are other things such as incentives that we can talk about. But the most important thing is we really urge you to fill these positions and grant the budget augmentation, not only for the 10 social workers, but the social work supervisor as well.
Thank you so much for your comments. Is there any other member of the public that would like to comment? And I see that we have one hand raised. I do not see to whom that hand belongs.
Alicia Meters.
Okay, that would be, sorry, okay. If you could please come forward, or please press *6 to unmute yourself. And you have 1 minute, 30 seconds for your comments.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Thank you, everyone who's present. I, as my brother David, also who has just spoken on behalf of Monterey County and SEIU 521, I wanted to speak to the area of retention and also speak to the area of recruiting social workers and young people in general or workforce to come to this area. We all know that Monterey County is a luxurious place to live in. It's an expensive place to live in. So David did mention the fact that we've got to be at market rate. We've got to be, we lose social workers or staff to Santa Clara County, to other counties who are able to compensate their social workers better than Monterey County has. So that's one area that I really think needs to be taken into account, is that in order to retain trained, educated, capable people to remain in Monterey County, we have got to pay them what so that they can stay in Monterey County. Again, I'm not going anywhere. I've been here all my life and I'm not going anywhere. But in order to retain folks, folks need to be able to pay to live in Monterey County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Metters. Is there anyone else that wishes to make a comment? Not seeing anything. I have a quick question for you. I noted that your presentation ended on the Family First Prevention Services Act. And I'm just wondering if you feel that that legislation is helping or hindering the work that you do.
I'll start and I'll let Laura chime in. I think it's too early to tell. And one of the reasons why is because California, I think, really got a late start in implementation. And as you know, being a state supervised program, which the county administers, the state really does the guiding kind of policies, what areas we're going to implement first. This is a very complex piece of federal legislation. And so we are really at the very early implementation stages. So I think it's early to tell. It is promising. As Laura mentioned, the ability to be able to use Title IV dollars for prevention, which we were never able to use before. It was only strictly for foster care. So we have to identify those evidence-based programs that we're going to employ to be able to draw down that funding. But I think that if its promises realized, because we are able to invest more upstream, then, I mean, it makes sense.
Yes.
The proof is, how well it's implemented. And we're just not, we're just at the beginning stages.
Thank you for that comment. Thanks for answering the question for me. Okay, I think we have heard from the public and we have heard from ourselves. And again, I just thank you all so much for the work that you do. It is thankless in so many ways. And as I said, totally heartrending. But I think you understand that you have some pretty interested people who are sitting here listening to you and appreciate very much what it is that you do. So with that, we do not need a motion, I have been told, for this one. I thank you so very much for that. And we will close item 13. And now we will go to other board matters. And I will turn to my county administrative officer for comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me, I just want to give a quick shout out this week to our VITA program, the community health workers. I know that it's something that the board approved at the I don't know, a little over or a little under a year into the pandemic, and it has proved to be very useful throughout the county to address COVID-19 issues as well as other health issues. And I think it's important to recognize some of the other areas that they're addressing. They're going to come to the board. The health department's going to come to the board with VITA to update the board in June. But I just wanted to give you a quick update at this point, because I know that people are still concerned about COVID because it hasn't gone away, and we want to make sure that we have resources in our community. So just a few stats I just wanted to share. Between January and March of this year, the program has had over 45,000 contacts, interactions with people in the community, and I think, as most of you know, the contacts that they're having in the community are those people in the community who don't normally have access to healthcare or resources. They're usually, very focused on the work they're doing. They're working daily and challenged to be able to take time off to engage with some of the resources that are out there. So we have 45,000 contacts, interactions between January and March. Over 5,000 rapid antigen tests were provided. They've assisted with over 17 mobile van vaccination and test clinics, helped with 70 pop-up rapid antigen testing opportunities. They did 225 vaccinations in April alone. And then finally, they were helping with the community health needs survey in pushing out some of the opportunities or finding out some of the needs within those communities for healthcare services and trying to address those. So I just wanted to give a quick snapshot, quick shout out to the people who are doing the work with the VITA program, and just recognize that how important it is to our community. But we also know that there are probably still pockets that we need to help or we need to encourage them to get into. We need to be able to figure out how to push them into those pockets of our community to, as they say, bring the services to where the people are. And so we're looking forward to a presentation in June and some information from board members and others in the community about how they can be more effective. So with that, Madam Chair, I will turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to that presentation. And can you tell me if there are any new referrals this week?
There are no new referrals.
Thank you. So that we will go to the referral responses that we had trailed from last week. I think there are 3. So if you want to take that over.
Exactly. Thank you. The first referral is on the renaming of East Garrison streets because of some issues with some of those names potentially connected to Confederate soldiers, or Connecticut, maybe, Confederate soldiers, and potentially others who may have passed that may not be commensurate with our ideals. And Randy Ishii, our Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks, is here to provide a response.
Thank you, CAO McKee, Chair and members of the board. As introduced, I'm Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks. Staff has a brief presentation for you today to assist with the conversation. Next slide, please. And as introduced, this item is about Board Referral 2021.25, the East Garrison Street renaming, just generally speaking. The overview for today's presentation is bulleted pointed on the screen for you. We're going to discuss the background, and then we'll talk about the process of which staff undertook, and then we'll conclude with recommendations and options and questions from the board and from the public. Next slide, please. And so again, by way of background, staff received board referral number 2021.25, of which is briefly discussed in your board reports for today. And also as a note, is that staff had reviewed this and provided a preliminary analysis report to this board at the January 11th, 2022 board meeting. Again, as the main takeaway points that staff understood from the referral was the renaming of certain streets in East Garrison, as well as revising the naming approval process. And again, more specifically and germane to Monterey County is that through the East Garrison community, there were concerns regarding certain street names. Next slide, please. And this exhibit shows you the East Garrison community, which is located off of Reservation Road, approximately between Blackie Road and Davis Road. And this is an exhibit from its specific plan. It's just generally showing the streets and the network of the roadways and the parcels within the East Garrison community. Next slide, please. And so as explained in the preliminary analysis report, staff undertook an investigative process to identify the scope and magnitude of the issue, the potential affected streets, and staff used various research references, as well as conferred with staff from the county's Military and Veteran Affairs Office, whom also referred us to the Defense Language Institute's historian. And we compared all those data sources against different street names, and those are collated into a matrix within your board reports and also shown on the screen in summary. And by way of recap, there are 12 streets that have these potential Confederate ties to them based on the research performed. Next slide, please. So to show where these streets are at, staff mapped them out, and in the magenta color that you see on your screens, that identifies those same streets that were on that previous matrix, again, included your report. And that shows just generally it's mostly within the phase 2 portion of the East Garrison subdivision. Next slide, please. So again, by way of process through as explained in the preliminary analysis report, there are issues that need to be considered for the private property owners. And these considerations namely include private information specific to these private property owners. They've had to go through the U.S. Postal Service for their addresses, in addition to the county's process for the street names in the first place. They also have their financial information, their contact information, and other ties associated with those addresses. So assuming that the street names were to be changed, and that's part of the county process, on the other side, on the private property owner, there are things that they need to be concerned about or be aware of, and that they'll need to make those changes on their own volition and on their own time. Thus, there's a significant importance to informing the property owners with as much full disclosure and full information as possible so they can walk into it making a fully informed decision. Next slide, please. So in summary, in terms of the next steps forward that staff foresees, and briefly talk about the preliminary analysis report, staff wishes to first use one of its stakeholder groups, the East Garrison Community Services District Advisory Committee, and inform them of the research undertaken, this board referral, and the process thus far, as well as our next steps at the EGCSD Advisory Committee's next available meeting. Also, as part of the information campaign, staff is preparing a frequently asked questions sheet, or FAQ, that can be distributed to the properties, as well as a FAQ webpage that they can easily go to and see online. The second part of the board referral referred to the naming process. And so finishing up real quickly about the current process, staff recommends going through the current naming process, which is codified under Ordinance 1241 and its amendment, using that process and using that public outreach through the stakeholders to inform them, provide them with the petition in the existing petition process. As this process already exists, it's been used in the past. One of the more recent ones was back in 2015, where roads down in the Big Sur community were renamed. Thus, using the existing process would be the most streamlined and most readily available at this point in time. And again, that would involve using the existing review process that, in this case, Housing Community Development staff would undertake, review, and go through that existing process. This would require board approval for whatever the names may be renamed to. And to give the board a sense of magnitude of cost, the cost could be up to approximately $43,000, assuming that all the majority of property owners on all of these affected streets, all 12 of them, agreed to make these street name changes. Next slide, please. Thus, in terms of recommendations and in wrap up, staff recommends proceeding with the existing process using the existing Ordinance 1241 through its petition process and its amendments to perform the street renaming in the community of East Garrison and to use that public process. Here again, we do not know the extent of how many property owners do want to make their street name changes, and thus staff recommends pursuing this on a voluntary approach, asking the constituents if they do want to change their names and go through this petition process. On the parallel path regarding the street naming process in general, because this existing street naming process does not look at appropriateness or the kind of name, staff recommends proceeding with working with the HCD staff on that street naming policy revisions here down the road. Next slide, please. And thus that concludes staff's presentation. We open up the floor to your board for any questions or comments, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ishii. So we will start, we'll start with Supervisor Rudescu. It's her district.
Thank you. And yes, it was our referral from the district. I wanted to just start off by thanking Mr. Ishii and the team at facilities for the support in trying to understand sort of how we got to where we are today and then what the path moving forward might be. I think that the request has been, or the proposal has been put together really thoughtfully. It would allow the county to rectify something that we probably should have had a policy in place to address prior to approving these names for a new development. We didn't, so that's why I'm asking that we take responsibility for our portion of the fee to for any neighborhood or group of neighbors on a street who choose to undertake the process to change the name of their street. And so the responsibility that the county would have would be up to that $43,000, depending on how many of those neighbors choose to move forward and ask to have their street renamed. So I would ask for support from my colleagues on the board to allocate up to $43,000 for this purpose. I believe the source of funds would be cannabis, which is what I'm told is the only source of funds available. Unless there's another recommendation. And this would then put the ball back into the court of the residents within East Garrison to move forward without that barrier of the cost that would be incurred if they were to have brought forward a request for a street to rename their street on their own. So that is, I think, my summary. We've been keeping the East Garrison Community Services Advisory Group advised along the way. And I believe that this is something that we'll continue to work very closely with them on moving forward.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudescu. And I will now go to my colleagues. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, well, you can't get my support on this one. I mean, I don't see anything offensive about these. You can dwell on any particular name, you might be able to find something offensive, but it's not like when we had Confederate corners and like Morgan Street. My middle name is Morgan. Porter Street. So, and I haven't heard a big outcry. I mean, it's closer to your jurisdiction, but I haven't heard a big outcry. And I object to spending county money on something like this. And I think it can make it worse. You go through and you have a vote and a majority, and some people feel strongly they want to keep that name. That's where the mail comes from and everything else. I think it could turn it into a mess. So I don't support it, spending any money for it.
Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I think in my opinion, I'd first like to see a community meeting held. I don't want to commit to a full amount, but find out how much concern is there once the challenges are presented in terms of changing your license. I mean, I've just gone through all that recently and it's a process. And the thought of putting this many residents through it, let's let them have a community meeting first and discuss whether or not it's an avenue they want to go down before we start saying we're committing nearly $50,000 for the effort. Overall, I want to hear from the community directly, and I think that's the way to do it. I don't know that a community meeting would cost 50 grand, but I think that would be a logical next step before going to that extent.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo, can you weigh in on this?
I have no comments today.
Okay, thank you. And Supervisor Rudasky, your hand is still up.
Yep, thank you again. And I would just say respectfully to my colleagues, we do have regular community meetings with the East Garrison community, both in regards to the full build out of the East Garrison community. We've had multiple town halls. We also have the East Garrison Community Advisory Group meets regularly, as does the HOA, which we participate in those meetings. Those are all open, and you would be welcome to attend any one of those meetings to discuss this. And to be really clear and to clarify, the request generated from the residents that one of the barriers to them bringing forward a formal request for a street name change, was the cost that the county charges to process an application. So the request that we're putting forward is to remove one barrier so that neighbors can engage from their street level engagement around, is this something they would still be required to bring forward an application requesting the name change. All we're doing through this proposal is removing the county cost for them to put in that request. We are not, by taking this action, changing any street names, nor are we requiring any action on behalf of any resident. We're simply responding to requests that have been made by residents in the community to remove one barrier so that they can engage with their neighbors in a discussion about what they want to do moving forward. And the up to $43,000, it would be if every single one of those streets listed had community neighbors follow the process, it would be up to that total amount of money. But per street, Randy, if you can just clarify what the fee is to submit an application per street, it would be that amount as applications come forward. But the community asked us to take action to remove the fee barrier so that they can engage in conversations with their neighbors about what they want to or don't want to do moving forward.
So I'm a little bit confused about this, and I'm hoping you might be able to help me, Mr. Ishii. So I don't get how the $43,000 is a barrier to having a meeting to determine if they want to move forward with this. So Randy, can you just what's the $43,000? How does the county justify requesting that money? I'm not sure exactly how this all falls into place.
Certainly. Thank you very much, Chair. And to address Supervisor Rudasky's question, which is relevant to your question, the current article of fees established by the county has street renaming listed as $3,569 per street. Hence, when you multiply that number by the 12 streets, one comes up with approximately $43,000. So that would be the based on the current article of fees, that would be the cost per street to rename potentially all 12 streets. In terms of process, there's a petition that goes first as part of the application. And so by using the current ordinance and its amendments as it exists today, the process would look like the petition going to the property owners on a street. They sign it, assuming that the majority of them sign and want their street name changed. They would then fill out the application and submit that and the supporting materials to the county. Under the typical process, a check of $3,569 would be required at that point in time. However, by virtue of the board referral and the requested process, it's being sought that the county would pay the $3,569 per street.
Okay, let's take it out to the public. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment on this item today? I'm not seeing anyone, and I am not seeing any hands raised. So it appears as if we could go ahead and sort of follow Chris's line where, we've got the community meeting and maybe street by street by street. And then they just determine at that point whether or not street number one says, yes, we want to do it. Then we'd make the determination on whether we're going to waive the $3,600 fee. Because I feel like it's more waiving a fee than it is actually allocating dollars for something. Am I correct in this?
County council.
Yeah.
Thank you,
sorry, Les.
Chair,
Thank you.
members of the board. Mr. Ishii, correct me if I'm wrong, and Supervisor Askew. Basically, that is what this is, waiving the fee to apply to rename the street. But I think the department relies upon that fee for some of their budgetary needs. So there would probably be an augmentation request coming back from the department to make up for the waiver. Mr. Ishii, is that?
That is an accurate summary, County Council. And to that point, we don't know, again, we don't know how many streets are going to be changed. We know the potential maximum number. We don't know if there is what the floor is actually going to look like until we go through the process. And the fees are created based on time and motion studies, as well as the costs involved with preparing applications. In this case, it would be the Housing Community Development Department who would be incurring those labor costs associated with their fee that effectively would need to be waived.
Does East Garrison District have funds in there? I mean, why isn't it coming out of East Garrison's district?
The Community Services District.
Yeah.
It is staff's understanding through the process of originally naming the streets and the subdivision that it came through the county's own planning processes and they're adopted to this day. Hence, there's a perception that the county had approved the names through the planning process and therefore it came through the county. To Supervisor Phillips' point, that is correct. East Garrison CSD is its own community services district. It has its own revenues. It has its own expenditures. They do with their budget as the advisory committee provides them direction on. They are their own entity, but to wit, they were not the ones who had originally created the names. It was the developer who brought names forward that the county ultimately adopted.
Supervisor Askew.
Yep, thank you. So just to be clear, our county has a set of values that we've approved. We have committed to efforts for governing for racial equity. We take pride in, I believe, ensuring that we are not actively discriminating or upholding things or items or names that would elevate what are considered human rights violators. So the county process allowed these names to be approved in the first place. Therefore, I believe, and the East Garrison Community Services District and the many conversations that we've had is asking that the county make right by this by waiving the fees for any street of neighbors who chooses to bring forward an application. I appreciate my colleagues wanting to hear directly from residents. I did not anticipate that this would be a controversial issue for our board. So I did not rally residents to be here or let them know that they needed to be present at this particular meeting today. As I mentioned, we have regular East Garrison Community District meetings. They're regular HOA meetings. We talk regularly with residents. They have been kept apprised of this referral process and it moving forward. It's a request of the residents so that before they begin in the conversation with their neighbors, they know that this $3,000 fee isn't going to be the barrier that prevents them from being able to get a street renamed if they so pursue the process. So I would just ask again, respectfully, that my colleagues agree to allow this to move forward so that the community can engage in those conversations as they've requested. And it would be no more than fee waivers of $43,000. We could put a timeline of 2 years. We could put a timeline of 5 years so that we have the opportunity to right what is arguably a wrong that we created as the county by failing to do due diligence in our approval of these street names fairly recently.
Thank you. And Mr. Lundquist, your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair Adams, members of the board. I just wanted to echo what Mr. Ishii said on behalf of HCD, characterize the process appropriately. But I might offer a suggestion is that HCD, as it will be assigned ultimately these street naming, is that we attend one of the CSA meetings, CSD meetings, perhaps a town hall meeting, and then consider initially the petitions that we do receive to understand their completeness in receiving all the necessary signatures. And then at that time, if we realize that there is a complete petition received, we can bring back either to the Planning Commission, who has the authority to waive HCD fees, or ultimately to this board, a fee waiver request, knowing better at that time the dollars that are being requested in waiver, as opposed to doing that in advance of really understanding the number of applications that we receive. So that would be my suggestion on behalf of HCD. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I must admit that's the staff request or the staff thought that resonates with me the best. I think that would make a lot of sense. I want to ensure that the people who are signing the petition know exactly what they are in for, meaning the trying to get your passport changed, trying to get your driver's license changed, trying to change all of your checks and your bank account, that those things are going to be a significant part of it. So with that, I think I would propose that we follow our HCD director's suggestion and move forward with having a presentation to one of the CSA meetings, however many they choose to be, and determine how many streets there are going to be. And then once that decision is made, then coming back and we can make the decision on the funding for it.
Chair, if I could make one comment for the record, I think that what Supervisor Askew said as the rationale for this request is very important for the record, because you do this and you might get other requests to waive, but there's a reason for this, as Supervisor Askew has announced, to address the naming of streets after individuals that could be found to be objectionable by some and create some kind of hostility. I think we need to make that record very clear ultimately when you act.
Thank you for that.
I can support that, and I have the same kind of concern. I just did a quick look through some of my communities, and there was a lot of slave owners who've got road names in my district. And so, as soon as this starts up, we may start to see a longer list of requests. So I think that step that you've outlined is an appropriate first one, and I can support that.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips.
It's gonna.
Okay. Do we need to have a motion on this? Okay. Okay, so the direction, you want to go ahead and make a motion to?
So happy to make a motion that we follow staff's recommendation from HCD, which is to go out and attend and present at a community meeting to find out the receptiveness of the community or their desire to see these changes, and then have a report back to the county on potential uptake in terms of the offer, and see where we go from there.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay, could we have a roll call vote?
I'd like to make a secondary motion.
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to move that we accept the current staff recommendation in the board report to take responsibility for renaming Confederate general names that the county approved by allowing up to $43,000 in fee waivers for any requests that come forward from East Garrison residents to rename their street names.
Is there a second to that? Not seeing a second, the first motion will hold.
I'll second. Alejo.
Supervisor Alejo is waiting with a second. Okay, so we will take a vote on that then, please.
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
No.
Supervisor Lopez,
No.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
No. So with that vote not passing, we will go back to the original vote.
And could you restate the original motion, please?
The motion is to have HCD staff attend a community meeting to make a presentation on the process, the potential costs, and find out what the desires are of the community, and then report back to the Board of Supervisors to make a relevant decision based on realistic expectations of cost.
So to do exactly what we've been doing. Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure I understand the comment, but that doesn't matter. We have a motion and a second. The
Yes.
second holds. Could we
Yes.
have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. So thank you very much. Thank you for your dutiful work and the presentation. It was very much appreciated. Okay, so with that, we will close item 16 and we will now go to item 17, which is to receive a follow-up analysis in response to a board referral looking at the expansion of commercial financing companies in Monterey County.
Move Richard Vaughn here to.
And we have
present
Richard
our
Vaughn
economic
doing the
development.
presentation.
I'm sorry.
I don't see him on Zoom. Oh, he's over there. Okay.
Right here.
I can't see past the podium. Ah. Well, he's
All
taking
right.
forever to come up.
Is there a way to have my screen shared? Okay.
Just share your screen.
I'm using my laptop. It's plugged in.
I do not see
Oh.
him
Yeah.
in the meeting.
Well, so he can share a screen. I didn't see him sitting there though. Do you need the number?
Yes.
It should be on the computer right there. It's 224
Okay.
397 747.
Would you mind sharing the
It's
presentation?
224.
Yes. Or would you be able to share the presentation on the screen for me?
I don't have it to share it.
Okay.
Send me by email.
Yes, if you can help me real quick.
Yeah.
So Richard, what we're going to do is go to the next item and then we'll just come back. All right.
Perfect. All right. Thank you, Chair Adams, Board of Supervisors. Richard Vaughn with Economic Development, here to present on Board Referral 22.08. This was submitted by Supervisor Lopez back on March 1st, 2022. This referral seeks to provide an opportunity for expansion of commercial PACE financing to additional companies throughout Monterey County. And it was also originally requested to receive a list of commercial PACE financing companies currently operating in the county. Back on March 22nd, 2022, preliminary analysis was provided, and that showcased the 14 current organizations that are currently providing commercial PACE service to Monterey County. And with direction during that meeting from the Board of Supervisors, I have reviewed and looked over additional documentation and have returned with a more comprehensive analysis of the referral. So we currently have an existing agreement with California's statewide Community Development Authority. This includes the 14 commercial PACE partners that we currently have access to, or businesses have access to. Economic Development received additional information, and in reviewing that additional information, there is another authority that is looking to engage with Monterey County to go ahead and offer services, commercial PACE services to our businesses throughout the county. This is with Golden State Finance Authority. And after reviewing all of the documentation and looking at the current process that we have for putting this agreement together, the staff has recommended, has a recommendation to prepare a board report and resolution for an upcoming Board of Supervisors meeting to enter into an agreement with Golden State Finance Authority to include additional C-PACE services. And this concludes the report for you today. Any questions?
So Supervisor, let's see, I will look to my colleagues. So Supervisor Lopez.
Just thank you for getting it back to us so quickly. And just one clarification, we are also a member of Golden State Finance Authority. We have a seat on that board as it is an arm of RCRC. So again, there's a opportunity, and I've just heard a lot of interest from folks who want to gain access to this. So appreciate you bringing it back so quickly, and look forward to hopefully getting access to some of these additional programs. Thank you.
Are there any other comments from the board? Great. So, I just have one question. So I want to just be absolutely clear. So this is simply adding one more company to the already existing mix through the statewide authority, and it will not negate what we already have.
Correct. That it will not negate what we already have, and it's adding another authority, which will have access to currently one company, but there could be a potential for additional C-PACE finance companies to engage with Golden State Finance Authority.
I mean, this seems pretty simple. I don't understand why there was this big to-do where we're having to add another staff person and there was going to be a new program. It just seems like we're, okay, we've got Walmart and Walgreens and, CVS where we can get our prescriptions. Now we can have Rite Aid too.
So it was just a breakdown in communication. I had sent some documents to the wrong staff members who didn't forward on to Richard, so he fully understood how the process works. So there was no additional staffing or anything on our end. So that was where right at the last meeting, we were able to share documents, and that's what he brought back after having conversations with folks at Golden State Finance Authority to see the role that they play, which is essentially the same as the other entity, which just opens up additional servicers and finance companies without an additional cost or burden to us.
Okay. Supervisor Phillips?
No,
Nothing, you're just
I'm completely supportive.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Is there any other member of the public who would like to make comment on this item? I'm seeing none. Are we seeing any hands raised? Okay, thank you. So we will need to have a motion on this then. Could we have a motion to support staff recommendation?
So moved.
Thank
Second.
you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So could we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Leho,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation, Richard. With that, we will close item 17 and move on to item 18, which is receiving a preliminary analysis, determining the feasibility of an agricultural and livestock pass for the County of Monterey. We have Mr. Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, Chair Adams, members of the board, Mr. McKee and Mr. Gerard, members of the public, other staff. Henry Gonzalez here, your agricultural commissioner, here to report on this ag referral. This is a preliminary report. Next slide, please. The referral from Supervisor Lopez is to determine feasibility of an agricultural and livestock pass for Monterey County. Sorry, some of the slides behind the curtain there. Our recommendation today is for the board to receive our preliminary report based on the board referral, which is board referral number 2022.07, and to direct that staff proceed with the completion of the referral based on the description in this report. Two, direct that staff proceed with completion of referral based on modifications by the board, or return to the board with a more comprehensive analysis of referral and anticipated effort for completion, or rescind the referral, and also to provide further direction as appropriate. Next slide, please. So I believe we all remember the many fires that we've experienced here in the county back in 2020. In the past year, the fires just seem to be bigger, not only in our county, but in the state and throughout the Southwest. The Ag Pass would allow commercial, agricultural, and livestock ranches limited emergency access to areas that may be otherwise restricted due to a wildfire or a similar disaster, for the purpose of protection of their agricultural assets, also providing support to emergency personnel, such as identifying water points and roads. The county would provide a uniform way to vet commercial agricultural operations through this process. Next slide, please. The partners that we anticipate necessary to have a successful Ag Pass program would be the Agricultural Commissioner's Office, the Monterey County Regional Fire Protection District, CAL FIRE, San Benito, Monterey Unit, our Sheriff's Office, our County Council, our County Executive Office, and our Office of Emergency Services. Next slide, please. In addition, we will likely need to confer with other agencies, entities in the county, such as our Monterey County Farm Bureau, our Monterey County Cattlemen's Association, the U.S. Forest Service, our California Highway Patrol, County Animal Services, and likely others. Next slide, please. So who will administer the Ag Pass? The Ag Commissioner's Office, as part of our overall mission to essentially promote and protect agriculture in the county, we believe that this falls right within our mission, and we believe that we would be the appropriate entity, and we are the entity named in the referral for this purpose. We would administer the responsibilities to include the organization of an Ag Pass eligibility committee. We would process the applications, including printing, distributing the Ag Pass identification cards. We would maintain records and submit renewal notifications at the expiration of those Ag Passes. Next slide, please. So who would be eligible for an Ag Pass? These would be primarily properties located in the state responsibility areas of Monterey County. The operation must be a commercial cattle enterprise. And here I must add that we initially were writing this based on AB 1103, which was enacted last year. And AB 1103 is specifically for commercial cattle operations. So that's where we started. And so throughout the report, in some places, we didn't add agricultural, and it only says commercial cattle, or it'll say livestock. But the intention throughout is to follow the referral, which is to create this Ag Pass program for agricultural and livestock operations. So the other aspect of the operation must be a property used for conducting agricultural research. That's just another purpose. The property must be zoned agricultural and be a minimum of 40 acres in size. The applicant is key personnel to the operations. So it's not just the owner operator, but also key personnel from that operation. And the applicant and or the employer must sign a waiver and release to the county. Next slide, please. So the Ag Pass eligibility should be the county fire department, sheriff's office, Monterey County Cattlemen's Association, Monterey County Farm Bureau. And today I received a call from our Monterey County Vintners and Growers Association Executive Director, Kim Stemler, who I believe you all know, and she volunteered to also participate. And so it would be great to have her energy as part of this eligibility committee. It was my oversight not to include her. Next slide, please. So the eligibility, who would be eligible for this Ag Pass? How could we determine that eligibility? We could have a number of different documents and probably a combination of these documents. So if somebody has a restricted materials permit with our department, or an operator identification number also issued by our office. If they have a membership in a local industry association, such as Farm Bureau, Cattlemen's Association, Monterey County Vintners and Growers Association, redacted a Schedule F tax form, assessed parcel numbers to confirm their ag zoning, ag land lease documentation, and possibly other documents as well. Next slide, please. In following AB 1103, there is a requirement for training in this proposal as well. You would need to be trained in fire safety. And I should mention that it is in the report that these Ag Passes are not an automatic pass to get through roadblocks. They would allow you to be allowed in some instances if it can be determined that where you want to go is safe to do so. And in addition, it's not so somebody can go in there and fight fires either. But there is this training requirement that would cover those types of issues. I've spoken with David Sargenti of the Monterey County Regional Fire District, and he said that they would be willing to provide this training as well. The ID card, the Ag Pass would be valid for 2 years, and then once expired, the ID card holder must request a renewal and meet all the current program criteria. Next slide, please. So again, the recommendation is that the board receive this preliminary analysis in response to board referral 2022.07 and direct that staff proceed with completion of the referral based on the description in this report, or direct that staff proceed with completion of the referral based on modifications by the board, or return to the board with a more comprehensive analysis of referral and anticipated effort and completion, or rescind the referral, or provide further direction as appropriate. And that's my report.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. We'll see if we have some questions from the board members. Looking down at this end, I'll start with Supervisor Phillips.
I think it makes complete sense, and you have I mean, it's a bit of a burden on the people that want to do it because they have to take some training, but it makes complete sense. And who knows better how to get in and maybe protect their animals, or even I know we got a call from the vintners and growers that were similarly situated, especially with the animals, who could get in there and protect them better than them. So I think it completely makes sense. You see you see when you have these fires and you see these horses that they're not able to get out, it's trying. So I think it's a good idea. So I support moving forward on it. Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez.
Looking at what's happened throughout the state, folks who've modeled this, nobody's got a perfect plan yet. And I know that it's regional and folks have to determine what works for them. But I'm thankful, Henry, that you worked with me to get this out. I know it went to you and then to the sheriff, then back to you. We played a little bit of ping pong with it, but I do think it ended up where it belonged in terms of the approach that we're going to have to take, which is going to be one that evolves. We're seeing a California that is different than any that our predecessors have ever seen in terms of really being in the line of all these different disasters that are breathing down our necks consistently. And so with those, we know that the approach has to be different. And just as we learned last week during our hazard mitigation presentation, sometimes there is no time to think. It is quite literally starts in the middle of the night and starts running. And when it does, there needs to be a reaction. So having this forward thinking, having a plan and having a way to identify is important. At the end of the day, fire, frontline, and emergency OES is going to make that final call regardless of process. But having folks that we have a certain level of comfort that they've been trained to acknowledge their risk and acknowledge that they've taken training to prepare them for situations like this is important. And so I think this preparedness is something that we can do to be ahead of any potential crisis that might come down the barrel, whether it's a landslide, a fire, or some other sort of crisis, but it is necessary. And so while I don't think that after looking at several models across the state, there's a perfect one out there, I think it's time for us to get in the ring and make sure that we start making a plan and evolving a program that will work for Monterey County. And so looking at your presentation today, I'm supported moving forward with the one addition of the Monterey County Vintners and Growers that you pointed out as having volunteered to play a role in the process as well. But thank you for your diligent work.
Supervisor Radowski.
Thank you. It does sound like this is a really good, innovative idea and a way for us to plan in advance for crises and emergencies that may happen. The only question that I had was in regards to the fiscal cost of setting something like this. It does state in the board report that the initial cost will be incorporated into the existing departmental budget. I'm just curious what we anticipate that initial cost to be and what budget flexibility exists within the department. And then on an ongoing basis, it talks about up to 3 additional staff members needed to run the program. And I'm just wondering what our plan is to fund both the current cost and the future ongoing costs of having a successful AgPass program.
Thank you for the question, Supervisor. So the initial cost will be absorbed within our department as it is part of our current mission. The Agricultural Commissioner already has emergency and disaster responsibilities to the California Department of Food and Agriculture and to the USDA. Whenever there is any type of disaster that impacting agriculture, we are required to assess that damage and report back to CDFA and USDA with that information. And certainly this program falls within our mission that's already in existence. Not every single activity that the Agricultural Commissioner's Office engages in is identified with a monetary number. But part of our report also states that we're going to conduct an assessment of the cost. At this point, the cards themselves, we don't know yet of the cost of any machinery that we might have to purchase, any software that we might have to purchase. We have to look into that to see if it's something that we can absorb, then I think that would be appropriate. Again, as I believe it falls within our overall mission as Ag Department for the county. But if it goes above an amount that I'd have to see it to know it, we will be back to request additional funding.
Okay, and I guess to clarify, what do you expect the current year cost to be that you are able to absorb in your department? I understand that it's a mandate of your functionality, but what amount of money are we talking about?
I believe last year we had already put into the program up until now. It's been less than $10,000, and it's all been staff time, primarily high-end staff, myself, our assistant agricultural commissioner, and one of our management analysts. So it's been high, and also our finance manager, and our personnel analyst. So all high-end staff within the department. That's why it's at a high end at this point. I'm anticipating that throughout the process, another similar amount is what we would be comfortable expending. And again, it really depends on what we're looking at with cost. I don't know about having to hire additional personnel. We believe that it's just the initial startup cost. Once we get going, I think that the renewal will be much less because we'll have the process down. So that's what I see at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo?
I'm supportive of this moving forward today.
So yeah, I have some additional questions as well around the cost of the program. I have a feeling well, at any rate, if we approve this today, then you will, when you come back with your full-on referral response, that would include the actual cost, so that we'll really know what it is that we're accepting.
Yes, we will have a much closer figure. I'm sure it won't be exact to the penny, but it'll be much closer for you. I will make a point of making sure that we are very close to that number.
Great, good. And then can you tell me regarding the training, would the training then be paid for by the people who are being trained, since it's their property that we're protecting?
Yeah, I'll need to discuss that with our interim fire chief, Sargenti, if he can absorb it, or if there has to be something else, if they need to be paid for that. Certainly, we could certainly approach the participants in the program. It is a benefit to them as well. And generally, these are business people that hopefully have the means to add this to their business plan. It is something that they would certainly benefit from being able to take care of, protect their assets.
Well, I had the opportunity to speak with Chief Sargenti, and I'm very supportive of this. He was certainly supportive of it himself. But I do want to ensure that throughout the language that we include vineyards. Every time we talk about cattle, that the word vineyard is in there, because so much of the grazing land down in the southern part of the county, and even out in the Carmel Valley area, now is no longer grazing land. It's now vineyards. So I want to ensure that we have the same coverage for the vineyards as we do for other elements of ag in our community. Should probably ask for it for cannabis as well, but I'll hold off on that. Any other comments from the board before I go out to the public for comments? Okay, is there any member of the public who would like to speak to this item? If you do, please press, you can press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute yourself. And I see we have Kim Stemler. Please go ahead and give your comments.
Great. Thank you. We really support the direction that this is going in, and thank you for including vineyards. That's great. We lost 46% of the value of our harvest in 2020. So, and I also just want to say, in the state, our informal model is actually a model for working together. Our incident command, OES, and the sheriff's office are incredible to work with and work closely with, at least with our industry in past fires. So kudos to all emergency folks, and thank you for your support.
Thank you, Ms. Stemler. Good to hear your voice. Are there any other members of the public who wish to comment on this item? Okay, thank you. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
There's one more.
Oh, sorry.
Norm Groot.
Yes, Norm Groot. Sorry, I didn't see you up here, Norm. There we go. Mr. Groot.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to offer our support also for this program. It has worked well in the other counties that have established it, and also appreciate including Vineyards here and the Vineyard Vintners and Growers Association on the committee as we move forward. And it is all about collaboration, which we have done in the past in some of the instances where we've had emergency situations. And this will just continue that process of collaboration. So appreciate all your support for this today. And thank you to our Ag Commissioner for bringing this forward and presenting the report today. It's very exciting to see this move forward so that we can be prepared and that we can be ready if we have something coming up. So hopefully not, but we want to be prepared. So thank you again for your support.
Thank you very much, Mr. Groot. Is there anyone else with their hand up? I'm seeing none. I'm seeing no one in the audience. With that, I will bring it back to this board for a motion.
So I'll go ahead and move direction as recommended by staff with the one amendment to the list of partners to be to include Monterey County Vintners and Growers Association.
Second.
Just to ensure that every time the word cattle is in, Vineyards is in. Got that? Okay. All right. So thank you very much for that. And we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. I look forward to the full-on resolution report so we can find out how much this is going to cost. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you very much. So we will now go to board comments, and I will start to my left with those in the chambers. Mr. Phillips.
Yeah, this last Saturday, I attended the Monterey Peninsula Chamber, and we recognized it. I presented our board resolutions to Bill Peraki and Deneen Gus, and I had a special presentation, the one of a kind special recognition to Joe Gunner, and it was a very nice presentation, but it was a little emotional to his daughter Jody Bennett, and grandson was there and family, this Thursday, Cinco de Mayo, we started a division of Community Foundation, North County Affiliate Fund. We followed what they did down in South County. They took the lead on it. And so we're having a kind of a thing recognizing all the people that are donating to that. And we keep the money just there in North County. So we're having that at Driscoll Strawberries, and we're having some kids from Rancho Cielo help provide the food and bus transportation, and we're having a kind of a walkthrough of the new plant that Driscoll built, and then Miles Ryder has restored an old mansion. I don't know, I forget the name of the mansion. Probably Supervisor Alejo would know it, but restored the old mansion. So that's where we're having the little Cinco de Mayo and recognizing up there. And Miles Ryder kind of wants to show off the mansion now. He's restored it, so it should be a good event and hopefully raise a little money for North County Affiliate Fund. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This Saturday, we'll be at San Lorenzo Park in King City planting some habitat for monarch butterflies. And if anybody's available, come on out. I think we're starting about 8 in the morning, hopefully finishing up by mid-afternoon. Should be a fun day for the community out in the park. I'll be there with Dale. He'll probably be stuck on the play set, but come out and see us. It'll be a good time, and that's being spearheaded by most of the Rotary clubs of the Central Coast together. So it's a really neat collaboration. I want to thank Grupos Unidos, as well as Council Member Yaneli Martinez from the city of Greenfield, who this last weekend helped put on events throughout South County honoring Dia del Niño, which is Day of the Child, which is something that's widely recognized in Latin America. And it's a way to focus on kids' needs and their desires and our commitments to them. Yesterday, my son walked through the door with this brand new toy, and I said, "Where'd you get that toy?" And he pointed to Grandma's house. I said, and Grandma reminded me it was Dia del Niño, and so we had to make sure to get him something special. But it was very cool to see the different events that were held throughout South County, all the kids who came out, and it was a way for families to get together again in public and open spaces. Both the events were held in public parks. So just want to shout them out for doing good, especially coming out of the pandemic. It was great to see so many kids out, in one instance jumping with the cat in the hat. It was very neat to see. And just lastly, want to thank everybody who's continued to focus on getting us out of this pandemic. I know I've heard from a lot more folks in the community who know somebody who's getting sick again and they're worried, and just continue to encourage people to take the appropriate steps and do what you can, while at the same time not being afraid to live a little. And by that I mean the Salinas Valley Fair is coming back next week, and I know that so many folks are excited because that's an outdoor event where you can be outside safely. So encourage folks to get out and enjoy the fair as well. But overall, good things happening in South County. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Lopez. And I will go now to Supervisor Root Askew, and then Supervisor Lejo, and myself.
Thank you. I've got a couple upcoming Wednesdays with Wendy. Will be online again for the next two on May 4th. That is, I think, tomorrow. I'll be hosting Marnie Sandoval, and we'll be focusing on mental health. It is Mental Health Awareness Month. So join us online from 4 to 5 p.m. We'll be on Facebook Live or Zoom. And then on May 18th, we'll be hosting Ezekiel Vega to review the county budget. And invite everyone to come learn more about what's facing our county with our budget, and bring your questions, comments, and feedback. I'm all ears and look forward to collecting your feedback to bring into our budgetary discussions. Retrospectively, I want to recognize the NAACP had a competing event with the chamber event. It was a phenomenal gathering of people who really haven't been together in 2 years. There was live music and entertainment, honorees. It was a really incredible gathering. So big thanks to the NAACP for pulling that together. And then on Sunday, the Marina Garden and Tree Club put on the biannual garden tour. So residents from Marina were able to bike and walk around to visit neighbors' gardens. It's one of those things where I think I walked away feeling inspired by the gardens, but also just reaffirmed that community and neighborhood relationships are important and matter. So I want to say thank you to the Marina Garden Club for all of the work that goes into that event. And then also the Seaside, Sustainable Seaside hosted their Earth Day event with a really fun, there are tons of good things happening, but a really fun trash and show. And I want to give a shout out to all of the performers who came out and made that such a fun event. And then tonight at 6 o'clock, I'll be at Windows on the Bay, standing firm in support of reproductive freedom and reproductive justice. So anyone who's interested in standing in alignment with us in solidarity with our sisters in other states will be at Windows on the Bay at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. Supervisor Lopez. Alejo, geez.
All right. Anyways, I want to first of all recognize the District Attorney's Office for holding a beautiful crime victim memorial ceremony last Friday, and the unveiling of a beautiful new statue in memory of all the crime victims. So I want to congratulate Janine Paccioni and all her team for doing a beautiful job and putting a beautiful art piece on our campus there. Secondly, on that same day, I participated in a online workshop with CSAC and the Emerging Technologies Fund on the Affordable Connectivity Program. It's the new, what used to be called, I think, the Emergency Broadband Program. They used to subsidize for $50 a month. It is now dropped to $30 a month. But there are thousands of Monterey County residents that have still not registered for that program. So I want to bring a referral soon based on that information to hopefully do a little bit more outreach and get more of our local families that have infrastructure but just haven't connected to this subsidy program that could, I think, really help a lot of residents. So I was glad to participate and speak briefly in that workshop. And I know Eric Chatham was on there too. So I look forward to collaborating, doing a little bit more to get the word out on this program. And lastly, Supervisor Lopez and I have a press conference on Thursday, because as of May 1st, all adults 50 and over, regardless of being undocumented, are now eligible to enroll in Medi-Cal. And so we want to do a little publicity with some of our healthcare leaders, and Mayor Craig and Councilmember Orlando Osornio will be holding a press conference on Thursday just to publicize that and hopefully get the word out to more of our residents. And we're going to have to do a little bit more follow-up on that as well, because that will be ongoing, and we need to do a little bit more just to have a formal process to make it easy for local residents to know where to go to enroll in Medi-Cal. So I look forward to working with Lori Medina and all her team, and Elsa and Natividad as we start with this first event, but more to come. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. I'm not going to go through my social calendar because you can tell from listening to everybody else that everyone's so excited to finally be able to get out and gather. There's something going on every single night of the week and every single day of the weekend. But I do want to tell you that this coming Wednesday, tomorrow at 11 o'clock, I'll be recognizing Wildfire Preparedness Week along with CAL FIRE Director Joe Tyler, CAL FIRE San Benito Monterey Unit Chief Reno DeTuyo Jr., and representatives from the California Office of Emergency Services, the U.S. Forest Service, the California National Guard, and the California Highway Patrol. The event will highlight fire fuel reduction projects throughout the county. And the location of the event will be near where the Colorado fire burned nearly 700 acres in January. Having a forest fire in our area, a wildfire in our area in January, it was a real deal breaker. We're fortunate that the fuel reduction effort that aided in slowing the forward progress of the California fire was so much of the fuel reduction effort that has been made. Unfortunately, my office has had to deal with wildfire throughout my entire tenure, and I urge everyone in the wildland urban interface to harden your home and create defensible space. It doesn't go away. I'm also looking forward to the first in a series of special stakeholder meetings with the Alternative Energy and Environment Committee. They will be holding these on the Climate Action Plan. This Thursday at 10:30, we're going to be meeting with the building industry on how this sector can improve energy efficiency and reduce climate change impacts. On Friday at 9:30, we'll hold a similar meeting on transportation and the land use segments. I too will be at Windows on the Bay at 6 o'clock this evening. This is an issue that I've worked on, reproductive rights, for 50 years, and to see things sort of go up in smoke is a little disheartening. But my hope is that we will be joined not just by our sisters, but by our brothers, our mothers, our sons, our daughters, and our sisters indeed, as we look forward to respecting women in the way we deserve to be respected. Is there a readout from closed session today?
Yes, Honorable Chair and members of the board, I have the following to read out. Although not required by the Brown Act to be reported, the Board of Supervisors has authorized the following to be disclosed out of closed session. After reading the appellate decision in the case Mitchell et al. Versus Moses et al., the Board of Supervisors has determined that, in its opinion, the defendants were not acting within the course and scope of employment and have therefore determined that the county will no longer be providing them a defense in that case. If a jury trial or other fact finder concludes that they were acting within the course and scope of employment, the defendants will be able to seek reimbursement of their defense costs from the county. That is the only thing that has been authorized to be disclosed, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Counsel. And with that, we will adjourn today's meeting. Thank you very much.